Good morning, everyone. Clarification lang po sa bingo natin. First prize pa lang po ang nai-release natin kanina. We will be having more prizes pa po later. Kaya just continue interacting with other participants. Thank you. Our next prize will be a voucher from Calzado. No, Calzado is a sneakers, art, and apparel shop based in Marikina, Philippines. They currently have physical stores in Bataan. You can visit their Facebook page. Ang mananalo po mamaya, pwede kayong mag-message sa kanilang Facebook page at mag-avail ng kanilang mga products. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please settle down for we are about to start the program. Thank you. Again, everyone, please settle down.
Please welcome our hosts for the morning session, Kate Eliza Banzuela and Venalim B. Bangko.
Welcome to our first ever Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, DMUPZ, with a theme, Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society.
This theme highlights the increasing impact of technology on society and the pressing requirement for philosophical contemplation on the ethical and social consequences of these progressions.
Once again, welcome and good morning, fellow young philosophers. And we are now live on Facebook. Greetings as well to our audience from the online world. We would like to remind our dear participants for this day's event to register and fill out the attendance sheet before entering the hall. And to our participants from the live stream, you may access the registration link provided in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Good morning, our fellow lovers of wisdom and avid seekers of truth. We would like to request everyone to please settle down, for we are about to start our program in a few minutes. Thank you.
Ayan, before that, Ate Kate, meron tayong game na kanina pa natin ginagawa. So once again, meron tayong human bingo. So, di ba may na-receive kayong bingo card doon sa ating registration table? So, ang mechanics is very simple. It's a blackout system. So, basically, kailangan mapuno yung card nyo with the other signatures from the other participants so that magkaroon tayo ng connections and conversations and exchange of dialogues. Ayan. Thank you so much. So, Ate Kate, ready ka na ba sa ganap natin today?
Yes, of course, Renalyn. But before we start, I think let's have a quick interview lang muna with our participants, no?
Ayan,
Let's go
tama ka
down.
dyan, Ate Kate. Ayan, so good morning once again. Kanina, Ate Kate, may napansin ako. May early bird tayo dito. I think from US to Manila. Ayan, so hello po, magkamustahan po muna tayo. So what is your name po?
Hi, my name is Miguel.
Hello po, Kuya Miguel. Kumusta po yung biyahe from Manila here, papunta dito sa Legazpi?
Yung totoo ba? Nakakangawit, pero nakaka-enjoy naman kasi during the biyahe, ang gaganda ng mga nakikita kong scenery throughout the provinces that we pass through. So, kahit pa paano, nag-enjoy din naman ako.
Ayan, masaya naman kami po na nag-enjoy kayo sa travel although nakakangawit. But we would like to ask lang po sana, ano po yung expectations niyo sa ating event today?
Syempre, expectations ko dito. Since first time ko talaga maka-attend ng isang on-site philosophical conference, sobrang excited ako to get to see presenters, undergraduate presenters like me to share their thoughts on philosophical topics on-site kasi iba talaga yung dating kapag on-site. And also, I'm also looking forward to hearing the participants' critiques, comments, their questions about our works. Kasi that really is important, especially in philosophy, to foster dialogue with each other. So yeah, I'm really expecting to have a really healthy and fruitful discussion for today.
Ayan, thank you so much, Kuya Miguel, for sharing your expectations. Ayan, so I think relatable naman lahat ng sinabi ni Kuya Miguel na kung saan excited siya na makarinig ng mga other perspectives and dialogues because we are all, yung mga nandito ay mga philosophy students. So ayan, a very fruitful conversation. Thank you once again, Kuya.
Yes, Renalyn, thank you so much, Kuya. We also have here a gorgeous participant from Catanduanes State University. Miss, please introduce yourself and what are your expectations for our conference today?
Hi, good morning everyone. I am Cristina Bernardo Miliare and I am from Catanduanes State University. So what are my expectations in this event? I hope that this event will be interactive, it will share some knowledge, and also it will contribute to us, to me, especially I am a political science student. That's all.
Thank you so much po. I think, Renalyn, may gusto pang magpa-interview sa'yo dyan sa kabilang side.
Ayan. From Our Lady of Peña Frances Seminary. Ayan. Hello po, may naka-white. Yung white kasi, standing siya sa paningin ko. Hello po. Hello. What is your name po?
I am Seminarian Marcos Dichosa po, from Our Lady of Peña Francia.
So, kumusta naman po yung biyahe papunta po dito sa OSAD? Kumusta po yung biyahe papunta?
Ayos naman po kasi ako yung nag-drive ng sasakyan namin papunta dito.
Ayun, grabe naman. Very thoughtful. Siya daw yung nag-drive papunta rito. So, kumusta po yung pag-drive?
Chill ride lang papunta dito.
Chill ride. Thank you so much. Ayun po, for our last question, ano po yung expectation nyo for our event?
Yung expectation ko is, parehas ng sinulat ko dun sa registration, is more about learning sa philosophy na from other thoughts na from other school, hindi lang sa loob ng seminary, na makatuto din kami galing sa labas.
Ayan, thank you. So, ayun po, yung sabi niya po, yung expectation is just to learn more philosophical perspectives from the other students. Ayan, thank you so much po.
Yes, we also have participants from Mater Salutis College Seminary. So, sino po sa inyo ang pwedeng mag-represent ng inyong seminary for a quick interview? Yes, tinuturo ka po ng iyong mga friends. Sir, please introduce yourself and what are your expectations for our conference today?
Hello, good morning. We are from Mater Salutis College Seminary. Katabi nyo lang. Bababa dyan sa sipi, nandito na kami. 1 hour yung biyahe. No? Nakakapagod yung biyahe, 1 hour. Ano yung question mo? Expectations. We all know that we are from the seminary and we are trained about the classical philosophy. Though this is a good avenue for us to learn iba naman na perspective. Hindi ko sinasabing ayaw ko na sa seminaryo, ha? Pero, syempre, baka mapalabas ako. So, I'm expecting more sa mga estudyante, and especially to our keynote speaker, no? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much po.
Ayan, at last but not the least, meron tayo ditong representative from the ADNU. Ayan po, hello po kuya, what is your name?
So, hello. Good morning, everyone. I am EJ Nino Gubat from Ateneo de Naga University Philosophical Society po.
Ayan, so of course the same question. Ano po yung expectations niyo po sa conference natin today?
So, wait lang. Si Sir kasi. So, ayan. Honestly, nung nag-fill out ako ng forms, so, sabi ko noon, none so far since as far as I want to, sabi ko, I don't want to have an expectation, but coming to this venue and to this activity then, parang it sparked me a notion that I wanted to have an expectation then. Like for, I expect na we have more conversations regarding philosophy, but at the same time, more intellectual fencing regarding the papers that will be presented today. So in that way, we will have a discourse to expound more the ideas that they will share, and at the same time, we'll have some sentiments from the audience. Yan po. Thank you very much.
Ayan, thank you so much po. So sa kanya naman po, ang expectation ay magmula more on sa sentiments or perspectives na magpapalawig sa mga ipepresent na abstract natin today. Ayan, thank you so much po. Ayan. So I think we are all thrilled to start our event today. Kaya naman, vibe check muna tayo. So let's recognize our students na nag-participate for this event. Ayan. May we call on the students from the Ateneo de Naga University. Ayan, tayo po tayo so that ma-recognize po namin. Ayan, let's clap our hands. Ayan, from the Catanduanes State University. Ayan. Thank you so much. University of St. Anthony. Ayan. Thank you so much. Ayan, from Mater Salutis College Seminary, and Our Lady of Peña Frances Seminary. And of course, the students from Bicol University. And thank you so much for coming here today, everyone.
And of course, this event wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors. Kaya naman we would like to thank Albay Governor Honorable Edsel Grex Lagman, Albay Vice Governor Honorable Glenda Ong Bungao, Albay 1st District Representative Honorable Edsel Lagman, Atayan Bulalohan, Godo Ginubatan, Mrs. Imelda Mireles, and Ms. Maya Costello.
MUPZ is in partnership with UG, LLR Reforma CSSP CBO, BU Isarog, Bicol University SAI, Bicol University The Associates, Bicol College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, College Student Council, BU CSSP Peer Counselors Organization, BU CSSP Olympia, Bicol University Political Science Club, Bicol University Junior Peace Advocates, BU Laod BU Bantayog, League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition, and ADNU Philosophical Society.
We would also like to thank the following merchants: Mr. Smize, Chibiya Beats, Crochet Core, Grumble Bakes, and Philo Manifesto. Again, thank you so much for supporting this endeavor.
To start our program, may we request everyone to please stand and offer a moment of silence for the invocation to be led by Kathleen Dada Kasim from AV Philosophy 2, to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be performed by Kyla Nicole Acera from AV Philosophy 4A. Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord.
So let's feel the presence of the Lord in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Supreme Being, we gather here today with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to come together. In this conference, we also give thanks for the safe travel of the participants from different places. We ask that you be with us throughout this event, guiding our thoughts, words, and actions. May our time together be fruitful and productive, and may we leave here feeling inspired, renewed, and more connected to one another and to you. We ask this to you, O Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwal, hatid pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mang-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. Thank you so much, Ms. Kyla and Ms. Kathleen. Now, as we officially start our event, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kate Eliza Valenzuela, a third-year philosophy student.
And I am Renalyn N. Bibanco, a second-year Young Philosopher student.
And we are both here to have the honor to serve as your hosts for this day's momentous event, the first ever
Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference.
To formally start our program, join
To the esteemed faculty members of the PUCSSP Philosophy Department, Professor Ramon Palma, Mark Gatus, and Fernandino Pancho, to our guests from various schools and colleges, of course, to Sir Santos Sora Jr. of Catanduanes State University, Sir Gerald Espares, of the University of St. Anthony, and for Father Philip Andrew Gallionosa of Our Lady of Peña Francia Seminary. And of course, to our distinguished plenary speaker, Dr. Adrian Rimodo, who will be formally and specially introduced later on. To the conference presenters, to our dear students, and of course to our participants, good morning. Before I proceed to my welcome message, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the student conveners, Mr. Kidron Magakot, Miss Ria Cortez, and to all students involved in spearheading this momentous event. I would like to ask them to stand up and be recognized, of course, who are already standing. Okay, thank you. So they deserve acknowledgement, and these students deserve their flowers, as this student gave all their commitment and efforts in organizing this conference. Once again, thank you, my dear students. Welcome everyone to the first Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference with the theme Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society. As we convene here today at this conference, we are confronted with the reality that technology not only improves and makes our lives easy, but sometimes, if not often, influences our everyday choices and interactions. This reality should prompt us to wonder, in a technological society, what responsibilities do we have? Or most importantly, what responsibilities we must rethink? In this conference, let us critically explore and examine the implications of our increasingly technology-dependent and reliant lives. Together, let us engage in a meaningful dialogue. Let us think, rethink, and reflect on our responsibilities in a technological society. I will be keeping my welcome message short because I was earlier preoccupied while writing this with the human bingo, kaya shorten itong message. But yet again, welcome. Let us grab this opportunity to interact and connect with fellow philosophy enthusiasts, and may this conference serve as a springboard for future collaborations. Because indeed we are a small community, but I believe that we can make a huge impact. May this conference provide us with a day filled with enlightening and engaging philosophical discussion. Once again, good morning and welcome to the Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Kamba, for that indeed welcoming message.
We know that we are looking forward to start this event. But before that, we have few reminders to everyone. First, mute your phones and other gadgets to ensure the smooth flow of the event.
Second, please stay in your seats while the program is ongoing.
Third, avoid making unnecessary noise.
If you have any questions, don't hesitate to raise it later in our open forum.
And lastly, for social media posts regarding the conference, use the hashtags #MUPZ2024, #ForwardBeyond, and #Rethinking Responsibilities. At this juncture, may we call on one of the student directors of MUPZ and our very own internal auxiliary to deliver her opening message, Miss Ria Monique L. Cortez. Let's give her a big round of applause, please. Oh, hello. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
to our respected chairperson of the Philosophy Department, Professor Mark Azaldi Ocamba, our esteemed members of the faculty, Professors Ramon V. Palma, sir, Fernando J. Pancho, sir, and Mark M. Gatus, our esteemed plenary speaker, Professor Adrian V. Remodo, and to all the abstract presenters and our dear guests and participants, again, good morning. Today is a significant day as we celebrate the first ever Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference with the theme, Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society. This urges us to address the fast-changing environment of our world, which is being significantly influenced by the expanding role of technology. We need to further investigate and analyze the ethical consequences of these technical breakthroughs. What obligations do we have towards one another in this interlinked digital era? How can we utilize the potential of technology for positive purposes while minimizing its possible drawbacks? These are a few of the questions that will reverberate during our discussions. During the conference, we will have the honor of listening to our highly respected plenary speaker and actively participating in the thought-provoking presentations of our fellow student presenters. Let us use this chance to engage in intellectual discourse, promoting a dynamic conversation that goes beyond the confines of our classrooms. The questions we confront here extend beyond the world of academia. They significantly influence the lives we live and the future we construct. Therefore, let us commence with an attitude of inquisitiveness, receptiveness, and a strong desire for wisdom. It is a great honor for me to officially open the first ever Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ria, for that heartwarming opening message.
All right, I can already feel the enthusiasms of our dear participants to learn and engage in today's event.
I agree, Rena. I can also feel the eagerness of our young philosophers.
Kaya naman, to know more about our conference, allow us to discuss the rationale of conference and presentation of participants.
The Bicol University Philosophy Department is now marking 18 years of significant accomplishments, reaching a crucial milestone in its development. To celebrate this achievement and further its progress, a dedicated platform is essential to display its academic progress, student involvement, and lively intellectual discussions. The Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, MUPC, with the theme Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society, provides a strong platform for this objective.
MUPC offers an opportunity to commemorate the department's achievements, such as higher academic productivity, student enrollment growth, and a thriving intellectual environment. This event promotes departmental pride, draws in prospective students, and encourages the maintenance of high standards.
The conference promotes interdisciplinary intellectual interchange among students, academics, and professionals in the academe. Engaging in this dialogue expands viewpoints, questions presumptions, and enhances students' comprehension of intricate philosophical topics.
The theme, Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society, emphasizes the significance of philosophical investigation in tackling urgent contemporary concerns. Technological progress prompts important inquiries regarding ethics, fairness, and the human experience. This conference promotes thoughtful contemplation and accountable involvement with these matters.
Also, there is presently no dedicated undergraduate philosophical conference in the Bicol region, despite an increasing interest in the field among students. MUPC addresses this need by offering a regional platform for students to demonstrate their philosophical skills and interact with peers from different academic institutions. MUPC is to provide a premier platform for undergraduate students in the Bicol region to participate in critical thinking, delve into philosophical concepts, and of course, cultivate a lively intellectual environment.
The conference is a potent means to boost the visibility and acknowledgement of the BUCSSP Philosophy Department. It demonstrates the department's dedication to academic achievements and its proactive involvement in fostering philosophical discussions and interactions.
Yes, kaya naman, ngayon pa lang, I would like to congratulate everyone, our participating institutions, no participants, and of course, the Bicol University philosophy students then, our professors, our plenary speaker for making it this far. Kaya naman, I would like to remind everyone of our conference code of conduct. MUPC aligns with the Safe Spaces Act, mandated by the Philippine government and the principles of the BUCSSP Philosophy Department. It emphasizes valuing every individual regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or belief, and promotes human rights for all. The Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference shall prioritize the interests, safety, and security of the plenary speakers, moderators, faculty members, and students while providing high-quality service. Every individual mentioned should be treated with the highest level of respect. Therefore, any type of discrimination will not be tolerated.
Harassment and discrimination are not allowed. This includes behavior related to race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, handicap, or socioeconomic position. If an attendee encounters or sees harassment or discrimination, they will be asked to promptly inform one of the conference organizers or staff members.
If an attendee encounters or sees breach of this code of conduct, they will be asked to promptly inform a conference organizer or staff member. Anonymous reports can be submitted through email at buyps@bicolu.edu.ph or through 0966-390-0754.
Once again, please mute your cell phones and other gadgets during presentation and discussions. Exercise caution on social media and refrain from sharing something that may be deemed insulting or racist. For social media posts regarding the conference, use the hashtags #MUPZ2024, #ForwardBeyond, and #Rethinking Responsibilities.
Thank you, Ranalyn, for those reminders. Ayan, I know we are all looking forward to meet our plenary speaker today, no? Kung noon ay speaker natin siya on screen lamang during our webinar, today is our lucky day because we can finally meet our speaker. So, allow me to introduce our speaker. Adrian V. Remodo is a Doctor of Philosophy and Philosophy from De La Salle University, Manila. He worked on Paul Ricoeur's hermeneutics as a framework for cosmopolitan philosophy for his dissertation. He is currently an associate professor of philosophy in Ateneo de Naga University, where he teaches both in the undergraduate level and a graduate school of philosophy. His areas of research include hermeneutics, political philosophy, metaphysics, and popular culture. He also served as the chairperson of Ateneo de Naga University's Philosophy Department from 2011 to 2013. He holds a Master of Arts in Philosophy from Ateneo de Manila University. Aside from publishing his researches in philosophy, he is also a published poet and essayist. His publications include international and national journals and anthologies. Students, participants, guests, let us all welcome Dr. Adrian V. Remodo.
Hello there. So first of all, good morning to everybody, and thank you for inviting me to the department chair of the BU Philosophy Department, Sir Mark, the faculty members, professors of philosophy from the different universities, seminaries, and colleges, dear young philosophers from all over the Bicol region, good morning. So today I'm going to talk about hope as a political necessity in imagining peace beyond geopolitical technology. So let's just wait for my presentation. I'm so happy to see philosophy majors from all over the region. I hope Bicol University would be the home of this activity for so many years. Okay, so the title of my lecture for this morning is Hope as Political Necessity in Imagining Peace Beyond Geopolitical Technology. Hoping for peace is an ideal that seems better as a slogan rather than an attainable political project. The current geopolitical tensions, such as the wars between Ukraine and Russia, Palestine and Israel, and the ongoing and escalating conflict between China and the Philippines and the ASEAN region, in general, all point to the seemingly Sisyphean labor to attain peace. Each generation has given a push to it, and each generation has seen the boulder roll back to the ground. Human history, perhaps, is this history of pushing the boulder of peace again and again. Is this goal part of what existentialists call absurdity? Kant's third question in his philosophical system is, what may I hope for? The placement of the question is not a minor detail in Kant. After knowing that which can be known and after formulating that which can be universally understood as good, he contemplates that the realization of the moral world is a matter of hope. He asks, if I do what I ought to do, what may I then hope? The question is a movement from completing a moral act to hoping what rationally comes after such completion. In the critique, he answers, all hope concerns happiness. The kingdom of ends, where autonomous moral agents abide by the categorical imperative, in the end, is a happy world. It is in this context that Kant moves from individual morality to a collective morality. He says, the use of reason is to be developed in full only in species, but not in the individual. In this paper, in this presentation, I take Kant's question as the pressing question of our era, generally characterized by both borderlessness and interdependence. The shift from nation-state politics to interstate politics has signaled a truly global condition of humanity. From an economic political point of view, globalization has facilitated the fluid economic and interstate exchanges, whereas from an ethical point of view, cosmopolitanism has heightened the universalization of human dignity and rights. In both instances, David Held correctly describes our political time when political communities and states matter, but not only and exclusively. However, as mentioned in the opening paragraph, borderlessness has not halted political tensions between nation states. In a time when world peace seems to be the most logical consequence of the universal consciousness of interdependence of human race, these tensions seem to prove that it is a far-fetched goal. Peace and political power seem not compatible in a sentence. Following Kant, this paper, this presentation, asserts that hope is a necessity for imagining the future of universal humanity. I would like to propose that hope is a political necessity in imagining world peace as the future of humanity. But I would like to differ a little bit from Kant's question. Concerning hope, my question is, how should I hope? And concerning my proposal, my question is, how should I hope for a peace that is politically attainable? I ground the notions of peace and hope not from a metaphysical perspective, but from a critical and hermeneutic framework of social imagination. Imagination, far from being a hallucinatory mental pathology, is a creative way of projecting the possible variations of reality. While reflection asks what is given, imagination probes of what could possibly be. In this paper, I will start by taking the social imagination of peace as a global project. Political philosophy in our century cannot but always be a global political philosophy. Logically, hoping for peace is also global in scope. Then, I will proceed by, please return to the former slides, the parts there. Then I will proceed by discussing social imagination using Ricoeur. Okay, so Ricoeur's theory of social imagination is a tension between two pathologies of ideology and utopia. So in this section, I will situate the aims of hope and peace as possible pathological geopolitical technology. The third section, the last section, will discuss my answer to our guiding question: how should I hope for peace that is politically attainable? So I go to the first part now, on geopolitical technology. Okay? There is no turning back. The collapse of Peace of Westphalia has signaled the shift from nation-state politics to global politics. Colonizations, the two world wars, globalization of commerce and trade have all contributed to the borderlessness of the world. While nation-states are still operational, their significance cannot be separated from their relationship to the global economy. These situations means that the economic progress of nation-states greatly depends on how connected or disconnected they are to the global economic network. The same is true when it comes to security issues, such as the tension between China and the Philippines. Security is no longer a purely local issue. It is always regional and global. If globalization is the borderlessness of economic and political powers, cosmopolitanism is the borderlessness of moral claims. The universalization of human rights and dignity have effectively made us imagine a world where the basic rights of humanity are the same regardless of our circumstances. Being involved in issues of social justice is no longer limited to one's locality, but has now become global. For example, the hashtag Black Lives Matter. Under this condition, Nussbaum cannot be more true when she claimed that if our world is to be a decent world in the future, we must acknowledge right now that we are citizens of one interdependent world, held together by mutual fellowship as well as the pursuit of mutual advantage, by compassion and self-interest, by a love of human dignity in all people, even when there is nothing we have to gain from cooperating with them. Ricoeur calls the geopolitical condition of our time as planetary consciousness, characterized by the awareness that all civilizations are part of a single human experience. With planetary consciousness, networking is the new politics. Shaping one's identity is now a transcultural imagination, as securing a nation's territory is now a regional affair. In an ideal world, this condition could have been the perfect era for the much coveted world peace to materialize. Borderlessness could have made us more aware of the plights of those who are remote from us and who are the least advantaged among us. We could have aimed at, as one humanity, towards what Nussbaum calls global decent quality of life. But far from what Friedman calls the world is flat, the phenomenon of globalization, global affairs, remain to be with the phenomenon of globalization, global affairs remain to be dictated by nation states or alliances that govern and dictate the economic, political, even the moral claims. The world is never flat because it continues to tilt in favor of the powerful. I call the power relations in our current global politics as geopolitical technology. As a technology, it arranges relationships and produces the corresponding knowledge to such arrangement. It is a technique, an instrument, and a design of governing nation states in the web of global relations and the distribution of power as a social good. Now, just like any technology, the technician holds much knowledge and therefore power on how the system works. Who holds the key directs the machine. Through geopolitical technology, relations are defined. The economics of power is a case in point. China's aggressive incursions into several national territories in our region are not simply for the sake of creating territorial disputes, but more significantly, for flexing its power against other global leaders such as the United States of America. Scheer argues that these massive maritime activities take advantage of China's geographical position and have the potential to erode trust in America's ability to defend its allies, partners, and the rule-based maritime disorder. This technology influenced domestic and regional affairs by reorganizing power relations. Another case is, so that's what Scheer said. Okay, so we should not think of China just displaying what they have, but China is asserting what can it do, how can it rearrange the global power relations. As some political scientists would say, the Asian century is about to happen. Because in the global scale, US as the current superpower is in decline. And you know how superpowers come into being, right? Wars define the superpowers. So I've read an article that it will, imagining 100 years from now, it will be too far to imagine that another world war will happen. From the way we observe the mechanics, the dynamics of what's going on in global politics, they say that the next world war is looming. Now, another case is economics. Whoever has the greater wealth dictates the state of affairs. Less powerful and developing countries are caught in the web of influences where the playing field is different from that of the powerful ones. This can only mean that the already powerful and wealthy states have an unparalleled advantage over the smaller states in the global market scene. For Ricker, this economic truth makes universalization a technology of the dominant countries, and the growing disparity seriously affects the world order and makes the constitution of a true world politics impossible at the present time. Meanwhile, geopolitical technology is also true in the case of cultural affairs. Like the two cases mentioned, culture is also dictated by the market, which again brings us to the identification of who runs the machine. Homi Baba strongly points out that the claims of global hybridity rest increasingly on the scale of diversity and not on the diversity of scales, right? So if you can see here from the quotation from Baba, we have the global rests increasingly on the scale of diversity, right? But not diversity of scales. Because at the end of the day, we are still weighed on one scale alone. And we have to fit into that scale. So what hybridity are we talking about according to Homi Baba? So in this case, hybridity has been recruited into the service of global homogeneity. The large global scale frame pluralizes the conflicting right and interests of democratic, and global differences. Thus, geopolitical technology, as I understand it, is a machine engineered by those who occupy the higher economic, political, military, and cultural apices. It stealthily moves by giving forms of soft power until they create the world according to their own image. You know what soft power is, right? Then giving loans, giving projects, okay? So these are forms of soft powers. In the end, this technology leads to what we call syncretic rationality, which is the homogenizing tendency of hegemonic powers by dictating the terms and conditions of global affairs. This condition is not far from the one-dimensional society that Marcuse describes. As a technological universe, advanced industrial society is a political universe. The largest stage in the realization of specific historical project, namely the experience, transformation, and organization of nature as the mere stuff of domination. Okay? So, the global technology is, in the end, we seldom identify it, okay? But in the time of this geopolitical technology, we are still ruled by those, who are already there in the top tier, right? And even cultures need to adjust to their demands. Few years back, if you still remember what happened to Apo Wang-od versus Nas Daily, right? That tension, that hermeneutic tension between should a culture represented by Apo Wang-od, okay, continue to the global scale as dictated by economics as represented by Nas Daily, right? That was a big issue then, okay, for the cultural theorists, for hermeneutics of culture, for popular culture. That was a big issue at the time. Okay, how far should local cultures adjust to the global world, and how far should the global world accommodate the local culture? So, with the tensions coming from our geopolitical conditions, the notion of peace is not an easy project. It seems that war is closer to happen to us than peace finally materializing in our age. Now, I understand, sorry, nagbago yung mga font niya when I transferred the file. Okay? So, I understand peace as a social imagination. While religions have their significations of it, I would like to propose a political imagination of it and ground it as a material, immanent reality and a labor of time. Peace is material and immanent because it is an aim to be achieved in this world and not in some transcendental realm, and a labor of time because it is a continuing process and effort. So, what remains is the question, what is it to imagine? Benedict Anderson's most famous claim that nation is an imagined community points us to the creative power of social imagination. Social imagination, he argues, creates deep horizontal comradeship. Ultimately, it is a fraternity that makes it possible over the past centuries and so many people, not so much to kill as to willingly to die for such limited imaginings. So, if you studied Benedict Anderson, right, he says that, well, nation states are not really natural. It's the scope of our imagination. Why is it possible that I am related to those people that I don't even know personally? So, but it is the social imagination that makes it possible. It is social imagination that makes it possible for me to offer my life for this entity called country. So, imagination, therefore, creates realities and spaces which the current state of affairs do not. Although it is secondary to the rational and epistemic undertaking, Kant also highlights the creative capacity of imagination to represent in intuition an object without its presence. In his theory of language and imagination, similarly, Ricoeur argues that imagination is fictive, is a fiction. In contrast with an image which substitutes a reality in absentia, the function of fiction is to serve a world not under the modality of being given, but under the modality of power to be. So, Ricoeur has this very nice explanation between an explanation of the difference between an image and a fiction. So, for example, I have a picture in my wallet of my friend, okay? Why do I have a picture of that friend in my wallet? Because that friend is absent, right? And so, I make it present through that picture. But fiction works differently, according to Ricoeur. Strictly speaking, fiction has no referent yet. Why? Because it imagines a world to be. It is not a substitute for a world in absentia, but a world that is to be. So fiction augments the world by inventing worlds and our variations of existence. Thus, the more imagination deviates from that which is called reality in ordinary language and vision, the more it approaches the heart of reality, which is no longer a world of manipulable objects, but the world into which we have been thrown by birth and within which we try to orient ourselves by projecting our innermost possibilities upon it, in order that we dwell there in the strongest sense of the world, of the word. So, the more we augment realities, okay, the more we imagine, the more we create a world where we can possibly dwell. So, fiction, according to Ricoeur, is not reproductive but creative. It doesn't copy an already existing world, but proposes a possible world. Social imagination follows the creative process of producing possible realities and worlds for us. It does not aim to substitute a failing system in the present. It aims to create a yet-to-be referent of something. Okay, next slide. As such, it seeks a possibility rather than be subsumed into actuality. Okay? It is the very power of social imagination to open fields onto problematics which resist closure. This is very important in the philosophy of imagination and fiction because the tendency is to close, right? That this is our world, this is the actual world. But fiction raptures the actual world, opening it, okay, putting some incisions in it, so that we can imagine of a world that is possible. That is the power, the creative power of social imaginations. Thus, to claim that peace is a social imagination, which is my claim for this lecture. So to claim that peace is a social imagination is to resist the temptation to let go of it as mere slogan that may be good to be printed on shirts, but not as a worthy political aim. It is to propose a world and our possible ways of being in the world therein. Now, in Ricoeur's philosophy of social imagination, he latches this creative process onto the act of consciousness. For him, imagination is a critical hermeneutics between the two pathologies of ideology and utopia. So, if you're studying Ricoeur, he is fond of this. Okay, Camp 1, Camp 2, and here I will stand. I will create the third part. Okay, that's why Ricoeur is called the philosopher of all dialogues, because he would dialogue into these warring camps, but not really to criticize them, but to get the best arguments from them. Okay, so here Ricoeur says when we imagine, we always have the tendency to make it pathological, because imagination swings from either being a utopian or ideological. So, what is ideology? Taking a cue from Marxism, ideology is the relationship of falsity, diyan muna tayo, is a false relationship between consciousness and reality. What is understood and accepted is the opposite of the actual case. In his classic formulation there, Marx described it as an epistemic stance where men and their circumstances appear upside down as in camera obscura. You know the camera obscura, right? So what you see in the image is actually turned upside down, right? That's why the very famous baliktarin ang tatsulok, right? Because what you really see is the bourgeoisie on top and the proletariat on the bottom, but the reality is what? It is the proletariat controlling the means of production and not the bourgeoisie. But in our ideological consciousness, what we see is that the bourgeoisie holds reality and we are the slaves of the bourgeoisie. So it's ideological. It's a false consciousness according to Marx. So from this epistemic blunder, social blunders arise. Social realities are judged for what they are not. As Mannheim, very classic, also classic in the study of ideology and utopia, there is an incongruence between the way we arrange the world and the way the world actually is. In a nutshell, when there is an ideology, there is a credibility gap. Why is there a credibility gap? Because what I know is not really is the case. Okay? The function of ideology is to, let's go to the next slide. The function of ideology is to close this credibility gap through its justificatory function. Ideology would be the system of justification capable of filling up the gap of political overvalue. By giving rational support to the existing system, regardless of its epistemological error, ideology ensures that no opposing thought would be possible. Ideology controls narratives as much as it justifies them. This being the case, the danger of those who benefit from this distorted reality is none other than the exposition of the credibility gap. So, if we are in an ideological society, the imperative is do not let the credibility gap be exposed. That's why powers, the system of powers, try very much to close that credibility gap. Okay? So, what is imperative, therefore, is to close the gap with narratives that legitimize and mystify current affairs as reality as such. Ideology becomes more pervasive when it attains a more spiritual level. The mystification of false consciousness happens through the symbolic function of ideology. Next slide, please. There, symbolization. So, ideology employs not only justification, but also symbolization. Okay, so what happens in symbolization? Action in symbolization stage, in its most elementary forms, is already mediated and articulated by symbolic systems. If this is the case, the explanation of action has to be itself mediated by an interpretation of its ruling symbols. Without recourse to the ultimate layer of symbolic action, symbolically articulated, ideology has to appear as the intellectual depravity and that its opponents aim to unmask. So, maybe you can identify what are the prevailing symbols of our time in the geopolitical context. It may be economics, right? For example, if you see that lady, okay, with stars there, and when you drink coffee, well, it's not just a brand, right? Starbucks is no longer just a brand. We have elevated it ideologically as symbolization of something else other than the coffee, right? So that when you drink the coffee, you are not just drinking the coffee, you are consuming the symbol it represents, right? So that's the easiest that I can give. So mystification adds a character of unassailability of concepts. Okay, because it's mystical, it's spiritual. Like for example, nation is not only a material thing. With the symbolizations that we have as, as one nation, then it becomes mystical. Something is in a spiritual level and it becomes something unassailable. Like for example, the flag, right? The flag without the symbol, without the symbolizing function, is nothing but a piece of cloth, right? But it refers to something else, right? That we cannot even just tear it apart or just burn it. No, there is a law how to properly dispose a flag, right? Because of its symbolizing function. So the classic, again also, Geertz, argues that this is unsurprising because the approved style of life and assumed structure of reality, there is a conceived fundamental congruence such that they complete one another and lend one another meaning. The material to the mystical to the material. What bridges them is what? Symbolization. Okay? Thus, ideology conserves the credibility gap. Now, this is not the case with the second pole of pathology of social imagination, which is utopia. Okay? As a genre, utopian literature differentiates itself from the works of fiction based on one thing: a presentation of a perfect, harmonious, and peaceful society in an otherworldly manner. As philosophy majors, we read Thomas More's Utopia, right? It's otherworldly, it's so perfect, right? It even describes how you should choose your wife, right? It's funny, right? In Thomas More's Utopia, he says, okay, for you to choose your wife, you have to examine your wife thoroughly, including sex, right? You have to be sexually compatible. And what is funnier is that he compares it to buying a cow. Right? Sabi niya, kung ikaw bibili ng baka, di ba? inaano mo muna siya, talagang kinikilatis mo muna. Dapat ganyan din pag maghahanap ka ng wife, sabi niya. It's so perfect. Everybody is waged accordingly. Perfect, di ba? Everybody is functioning according to their talents, okay, everything. But it is a utopia from the word topos. It is nowhere, right? But it is a subversive capacity. It has a subversive capacity. Why? Because by offering another possible way of being, it exposes the limits of our world. Right? So, it is the referring capacity of utopia to another possible world that makes it subversive. Utopia is a way in which we radically rethink what is family, consumption, government, religion, and so on. The fantasy of an alternative society and its topographical figuration nowhere works as the most formidable contestation of what is. What some, for example, call cultural revolution proceeds from the possible to the real, from fantasy to reality. So, I would like to even claim that you cannot be a political philosopher without some utopia in you. You cannot criticize without a utopia in your mind, right? Why do we criticize government corruptions? Because we think of a world which is better if there is no corruption. So, following such logic, we can say that no interest in critique and emancipation can exist without an element of utopia in those projects. That is not to say, of course, that political movements are utopian. We must be clear, though, that they must contain the vision of a future that subverts the present. The power of the utopian genre and the more prominent political theories of emancipation, such as Marxism, lies precisely in their tools for demystifying the legitimizing discourses, hence maximizing the credibility gap. Now, given this crucial function of utopia in social imagination, why then would Ricoeur call it pathological? Right? If utopia has the subversive power, why is it pathological? The main answer lies in the tendency of imagination to wander into the realm of fantasy, okay, and forget the inescapable tension in a real political setting. Jettisoning historical and political realities turns utopia into a childish wish or an escapist discourse. According to Ricoeur, because utopia proceeds from a leap to nowhere, it may display disquieting traits that may easily be discerned in its literary expression extended to the utopian ode and the utopian spirit, a tendency to submit reality to dreams, to delineate self-contained schemas of perfection severed from the whole course of the human experience of value. This pathology has been described as escapism, and it may develop traits often been compared to those of schizophrenia, a logic of all or nothing which ignores the labor of time. Right? So, if your wishes, is no longer concerned with the labor of time, then it becomes a wish or an escapist discourse. As a social imagination, peace is not an exemption from the possibility of falling into the pulse of ideology and utopia. Geopolitical technology employs novel strategies that, maybe next slide, novel strategies that advance their interests. Compared to the modus operandi of the colonization era, today's mode is latched to the ethical standards. Hart and Negri diagnose today's geopolitics as value-centered strategy. Right? The difference between the colonizations of the bygone years and the colonization of our time is that it is always waged under the values of what? It's always waged under the banner of values. Okay? As they say, as Hart and Negri argue here, just war is no longer in any sense an activity of defense or resistance, as it was, for example, in the Christian tradition, from St. Augustine to the scholastics of the counter-revolution, as necessity of the world city to guarantee its own survival. It has become rather an activity that is justified in itself. Two distinct elements are combined in the concept of just war. First, the legitimacy of the military apparatus insofar as it is ethically grounded, and second, the effectiveness of military action to achieve the desired order and peace. No war today is pursued under the spirit of what? Discovering a new world. Right? War today is waged under the banner of let us teach them democracy. Let us bring them justice. Right? Thus, there is a significant diagnosis because it shows how political technology uses values such as freedom, democracy, justice, and peace to legitimize its aim for dominance. Values are the justification of the ideology of geopolitical technology. So as I said, no superpower today wages war under the banner of conquest or search for a new world. The US justified its wars under the just cause of bringing democracy to the Middle Eastern countries. NATO, or NATO, is compelled to intervene in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war to bring peace to the region. Superpowers today act as the global moral police, which also give them the right of intervention in the interest of preventing or resolving humanitarian problems, guaranteeing accords, and imposing peace. Thus, we see the justificatory function of ideology. As Cicero puts it, they slaughter and call it peace. The invocation of values such as peace launches ideology in a different plane, from the economic and territorial concerns of modernity to effective and axiological claims. Even in our domestic affair, peace was also the ideological tool that Duterte used to justify horrendous extrajudicial killings during the infamous war on drugs. Okay? In the name of national security, okay, Duterte justified his war on drugs. In this sense, values close the credibility gap. Geopolitical technology presents itself not with weapons of lethal force, but rather with its moral instruments. Ideologically, we are presented with the image of universal moral police and not the old-time enemy called invaders and colonizers. From justification, symbolization follows. World peace attains its mystified stature by being launched as a collective rallying point. Mystification adds a character of unassailability of concepts, as I have said earlier. Like its moral justification, the unifying force of peace as a symbol is used by geopolitical technology to claim support from the global communities. Symbols create their own people, as can be seen from the nationalist narratives that we have. Within such system, meaning becomes possible. Accordingly, whoever is outside is not part of its system of meanings. Geertz again demonstrates how symbols integrate ethos and worldview, and thereby presenting not only a unifying moral and aesthetic fiber, but also metaphysical concepts, such as peace. Hence, symbolization completes the process of ideological justification, from epistemic to socio-political, then to the spiritual level. Ethos and worldview are now legitimized, rationalized, and synthesized as an arcade that dictates states of affairs despite being false. As all activities of collective identities are now grafted onto the symbolic, the credibility gap between power consciousness and reality is further closed. Meanwhile, imagining peace can also be utopian in the sense that it is presented as a suspension of human history where all conflicts and violence finally cease. In this case, peace is a transcendental, otherworldly ideals. In this perspective, peace is eschatological. When it comes, it shall be the end of history. This is where the error lies. Peace becomes no longer a human history, but an ideal to come, an attribute of the world to come, and a prayer for a salvation to come. Peace without history is not a human ideal, but a wandering into the fantasy world, an escapism towards the religious realm, as Marx argued. It is in this context that I fearfully argue that Kant's notion of peace is utopian. In his Towards Perpetual Peace, Kant argues that peace signifies the end to all hostilities. And hence, if parties involved reserve some issue for future war, then it cannot be considered as peace. So, for Kant, he understands peace as perpetual, like there will be no more room for tension, there will be no more room for any possible war. It's a perfect perpetual state. So that in that essay, Toward Perpetual Peace, Kant argues that, for example, if two countries agree that they're not going to go to war anymore, but they reserve some weapons still, just in case tensions would arise, then it is not called peace. It is just a truce. So, in Kantian utopianism, peace is perpetual, or else it is simply truce. Although he believes that this is humanly and politically achievable, perpetual peace in the kingdom of ends is more like a religious claim rather than a political claim. In the end, it is a notion of peace where all conflict are resolved and therefore where history ends. This discussion of the ideological and utopian imagination of peace leads us now to the necessary question: what kind of peace should we imagine? The identification of such peace will then bring us back to our main question, which is, how should I hope for peace that is politically attainable? Charles Weible maintains a dialectical process of conflict and peace. He argues that these two do not cancel each other, but on the contrary, are conditions for each other. This means that as long as we are a historical community, this dialectics continues to continue and progress. As such, peace is episodic rather than perpetual, a continuing peace safeguarding and peacekeeping rather than a given state where the Habitian state of war is finally resolved. It is a labor of time. I follow this kind of understanding of peace. As I asserted in the previous sections, peace is material, immanent, and labor of time. Peace, therefore, is not outside of time, but is within time. This is not in any way a downgrade of peace conceived as a perpetual state of accord, but a humble stance of what we are capable of. Ricoeur uses the term states of peace to mark the historical time when recognition of each other's capacity and individuality form an agapeic relationship. I believe peace follows that argument. The truce is not something to be downsized. It is a historical moment when the struggle for recognition wins. States of peace is mutual recognition achieved. So, I follow Weible and Ricoeur here by saying that, well, we cannot really aim for that perpetual peace as long as we are historical being. But it doesn't mean that we can no longer have peace. But peace is episodic. There is a time for peace, there is a time for conflict, and then there is a time for peace again. And it is a humble admission of what we as finite human beings could achieve politically. On the other hand, peace needs the continuous challenge, needs to be challenged by conflict, or else it becomes a sedimented concept which makes it prone to be used as an ideological banner of geopolitical technology. An unchallenged peace becomes stiff and becomes at the disposal of the powerful. The risk of societies, according to one author, the risk of societies in time of peace could be the general congealing of power relations, which leads to the setting of steady hierarchies and changes the apparatus, providing the necessary organization into a self-reproducing and self-centered machine. Very good argument, right? If peace will no longer be challenged by conflict, then we must all the more be wary of what happens to peace. Maybe we have been subsumed already into a perpetual ideological consciousness rather than the perpetual peace. Okay? It's just like what happens in an organization. If there is no possibility for conflict, then you might call it peace, but it is something that we have to be very careful about. Okay? Maybe we have just become a totalitarian system. Hence, the enemy of peace is not conflict. They develop each other. Conflict challenges the state of peace so that it can better respond to the emerging conflict of our time. Our peace for today is still in potency to be a better appropriation of peace tomorrow. We are in a circle of peace and conflict. Our aim, however, as a global human community is to make it an upward spiral. We have to improve. But we cannot escape here. So this is where, sorry, my research is in hermeneutics. So as much as we cannot go outside the hermeneutical circle, we cannot also go outside peace and tension. But there are conflicts that destroys peace altogether when it does not serve any the purpose of development. While conflicts are violent to some degree, they may be at the service of achieving peace. Remember, even Gandhi would say, sometimes you need to be violent. Okay? You need to be violent in order, if it is the call of the time. Okay? That's why we have to reread Gandhi na para bang si Gandhi ay very passive. Di ba? Sige, apihin mo ko. Hindi. Di ba? Hindi naman yung sinasabi ni Gandhi sa non-violence niya. So, conflict aims for development. Without such telos, without such end, conflict attains a new level of violence, which is to inflict terror. Weibel argues that this is the kind of enemy of peace. It does not build, but only destroys. In terrorism, okay, next slide, please. Okay. Next. Okay. He says, in a world of murder and murderers, it is often not possible, no matter how ethically desirable, simultaneously to have justice and clean hands. So at this point, I have already, last 2 pages. At this point, I have already presented the concepts of geopolitical technology, the pathologies of social imagination, and the kind of peace that we should imagine. So just to review, I argue that the peace that we can imagine remains to be material, immanent, and a labor of time. So at this juncture, I am now going to answer our question, how should we hope? Hope, just like peace, can be ideological and utopian, but I will no longer be rehashing that part anymore. You can just think for yourself, how can hope be ideological and utopian, given the conditions of what these pathologies are? Okay, the more important question for us at this point is, what is hope so that we can also answer the question, how should we hope? Any discussion of hope always affirms the two elements of human condition, finitude and possibility. The first is the fact that we do not have a total control over the things of the world, including ourselves, because we do not have the capacity for it. Nevertheless, the second is a goal that pushes us towards the future where things may have been different. Possibility refuses the closure of the past and the present. It refuses the incoming of despair over things that we do not have control over. As Kierkegaard writes in Sickness Unto Death, he says, when someone faints, we call for water, eau de cologne, smelling salts. But when someone wants to despair, then the word is, get possibility, get possibility. Possibility is the only salvation. Hope is about possibility. Had we been infinite beings, there is no need to hope. But with hope, the not is turned into not yet. Sorry. Hope, therefore, does not deny finitude, but gives assent to it. What it does, however, is to break it so that the future can come. As Ricoeur puts it, the joy of yes in the sadness of the finite. Peace is an object of hope in this sense. Amidst the continuing violence, it refuses to give evil the last word of human history. It asserts that peace is a possibility within the finite human condition and affirms that tomorrow will be the time of peace. Is hope certain that such will happen? If we put certitude under the category of what reason can take hold of, then it is not. Hope's certainty goes beyond what can be measured in the now. As Dauenhower puts it, he who hopes thereby admits that he has no certitude about the precise effect of any concrete set of circumstances upon specific human endeavors. If he knew this effect, he would have the kind of incontrovertible foresight which renders hope odious. Right? If you already know what will happen, then there's no sense for hope. Hope is an opening to what the future holds. That's why I really like that line, from the not to not yet. Right? That is what what hope is. To hope is not to possibly resign to what the future has in store, but a commitment to action that the thing hoped for will materialize. It is in this context that Ricoeur does not divorce hope and action. He uses the term initiative to tie action and the future together. Significantly, the notion of initiative as a capacity to interfere within the closed system confront the skeptical claims of determinism regarding freedom. Although situated in a particular world, initiative is a capacity for setting a system in motion by producing its initial state, and its condition for its closure. To act is to answer the demands of the living present and to set things into motion until the goal is realized. To initiate something is to inaugurate a new course of things. In short, to make the present not just an incident, but the beginning of a continuation. In many cases, the initial event bears the weight of how the future will become. Like, for example, the initiative to have this undergraduate philosophical conference. It is an initiative, right? But I'm sure the organizers today do not just look for this to happen this year. But the weight of taking initiative is to let it continue to the future. Every initiative is an inauguration of hope. Nag-iba yung layout. Sorry, just listen to me. Every initiative is an inauguration of hope. When one begins an action, she also hopes for its realization in the future. There is no initiative without hoping for its completion. This is not only true for personal initiative, but for collective initiatives as well. As an object of hope, peace requires the collective inauguration of actions that leads to its realization. In this context, hoping for peace becomes hoping with others. Finally, to conclude, Weibel defines peace as both a means of personal and collective ethical transformation and an aspiration to cleanse the planet of human-inflicted destruction. The goal of peace is not only to arrive at trans and international treatises, but ultimately to make us better persons. To live ethically as one society is the ultimate goal of peace. What I try to emphasize in this presentation, however, is that such aim is dialectical and historical. To critically imagine peace is not to let it fall into the ideology of being a tool of geopolitical technology, nor to cast it into the utopian realization in some otherworldly future. As dialectical and historical, it encounters challenges every now and then. As Weibel further describes it, the means and goals are in continual dialectic evolution, sometimes regressing during periods of acute violent conflict, and sometimes progressing non-violently and less violently to actualize political justice and social equity. Peace is humanly dialectical. Finally, hope is a necessity for us to better aim for peace. Hope is what refuses to give in to the manipulation of geopolitical technology. It ruptures closed system so that an initiative towards the future may be inaugurated. The hopeful certainty that the aim will be achieved in the future is what makes us endure the present. Without hope, how can we endure, right? That is why without hope, aiming for peace will be a defeatist aim. But with hope, the perpetual search for peace is not a utopia, but an achievable political project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Remoto, for that comprehensive discussion. So before we proceed to our open forum, we would like to inform everyone that our organizers will be on both sides po to release your snacks. So please pass the meal stub na lang po, the person at your right, dito po sa side na to. Sa side naman po to, person at your left. Thank you.
All right. So to cater commentaries and questions, if there are, from our participants here inside the hall, let us now proceed to our open forum. May we call on our moderator, one of the faculty directors for MUPZ, and the department head of BUCSSP Philosophy Department, Professor Mark Zaldi O. Kamba. Let us give him a big round of applause, please.
Okay. Test. Okay, Doc, thank you.
Thank you.
That was actually a very enlightening as well as intriguing topic that you have discussed, no? Actually, I was intrigued because I was working on a paper with concerning Martha Nussbaum with moral imagination. Okay, I think that is quite parallel with social imagination.
Right.
And I think before we start with the questions from the audience, I am intrigued, no? What inspired you to write the paper? Because it seems that aside from your philosophical expertise, I think there is an underlying inspiration.
Yeah. Well, my inspiration is, well, a reflection on what is going on. Can we request to turn off the background music? I cannot hear what Professor Mark is saying. There, thank you. My inspiration was a reflection of what is going on, right? There's just tensions everywhere, right? In many parts of the world. And, you know, it's a growing political anxiety in our part of the region that China continues to, you know, to assert its dominance over us. And I guess now, so I was reflecting, so what could philosophy, again, this is a pressing issue for me. Because although I wrote my dissertation on hermeneutics, it was really political. That it's a political philosophy, but under the framework of hermeneutics. So this is also an offshoot. And interestingly, when I tried researching for this paper, I just realized that peace studies is again the thing of political philosophy at this time. There's just so many researchers now, as late as 2023, of what peace studies, the future of peace studies. So that's my inspiration there.
Okay, indeed. Indeed, peace is a hot topic nowadays, especially what is happening not just in our country, but also outside. I really appreciate that you also contextualize it within an organization, because indeed that peace is not a very complex topic that applies to a country or perhaps a society, but also in a micro level such as an organization.
Right. Because we often think of peace as an absence of, right? We always think of peace as an absence of conflict, an absence of this. Now, that view is not only in the macro, as you said, in the macro level, like geopolitical, but it's also in our units, right? So, yeah, peace is very close. It's a very close topic.
Okay, so thank you. I believe that we have microphones with the host. If there are questions, feel free to shoot. Any questions from the audience for our dear speaker? Okay, I have a question here actually submitted by a student. How are we going to respond to calls for peace, the utopian peace and the attainable peace, especially with those who subscribe to extreme views that promotes that still all is conflict, and those that we push is almost an illusion?
The question is how? How should we respond? As I have said, before I answer the how, let me just affirm the context of the question, that today peace is invoked by everyone, even the violent person. No, they would always go to war under the banner of peace. So that's why it is in my framework here, the critical hermeneutics, as I would say it, right? We have to critically interpret who is saying what, right? I always begin, you know, I'm a fan of Ricoeur. I always begin with the hermeneutics of suspicion. Okay, who's saying what, right? If you say we are the groups that's going to give you peace, what is it to you, right? We always have to critically interpret these sloganisms that they have, these claims that they have. So even if you study in international relations, for example, last school year, interestingly, I I taught the subject geopolitical context of international relations. And we see there that there is no state activity that is not aimed for improving or increasing their power. Like for example, why is US, why can't US not just give up the Philippines? Notwithstanding the treaties that we have with the US. But why is it important for US to continue its hold on the Philippines? It's just not simply because for maintaining the peace, but it is also because the US has some interest in our geopolitical location. If they lost the Philippines, then they have just lost a strategic defense had, if ever, war will happen, right? So there's no free lunch, as they say. So so how should we respond to it? My simple question is, we have to critically interpret these things. Or why are they doing this? What is it for them, right? Whenever a powerful, that's the object of hermeneutics of suspicion. Whenever some powerful entity, individual or a group or a state proclaims something, we always begin with the saying, what is it for you? So I would always begin there, a critical hermeneutics, then proceed to hope.
Okay. Any questions from our audience?
Yes. Sorry.
You, host, can you give the microphone? Okay, here.
Just a reminder, students, please settle down po no, while having your snacks. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, I just want to confirm if you're a fan of Avatar.
Yes.
Okay, so yung tanong ko po is related dun sa sinabi ni Avatar Kyoshi and Avatar Yang Chen. Sabi, during that episode medyo confused na si Ang kung ano yung gagawin niya when it comes to the Fire Lord Ozai. And yung response niya kasi doon is that, sabi ni Avatar Kyoshi is, only justice will bring peace. And the way that Ang translate it is to kill the Fire Lord. And by just reflecting earlier with what you've presented, somewhat related with Cicero, yung quote from Cicero that, and they slaughtered and call it peace. And very reflection of the past administration and in such a way, totalitarian and utilitarian in a sense. And yung tanong ko is that, how would we achieve such peace when we cling on the definition of justice? And with
definition of?
With yung persisting definition of justice, sir.
Justice.
And how would it lead us to our definition with peace? Kasi very fragmented, sir, when we define peace, and same way when we define justice.
Yeah.
And with your presentation earlier, I just reflected na paano ko ba ma-reconcile yung hope and yung peace na ganun yung pananaw natin when it comes to justice, especially in our justice system.
Thank you. Well, interestingly, when Kidron contacted me for this lecture, my first proposal actually is to have a hermeneutics of Aang, okay, the last avatar. It's a presentation of how do we philosophize with Aang, but I'm also busy and I cannot. But thank you for bringing that up. This is where one of the inspirations. One thing that we learned from Avatar is that I will begin with the element of hope. And the last Avatar always loses his hope, right? Or loses his courage along the way. He doesn't want to do it anymore. He doesn't even believe in himself anymore, right? And one thing about the character of Aang, he represents a what? A history of search for peace, right? Every avatar has taken its shot on building the world peace between the four elements, right? But always there is a conflict. Even if we go from Ang, the last avatar, the last waterbender, when we go to Korra, right? In the Korra where, who's this avatar in Korra now? In the Republic City, there's still a conflict. Di ba? Nagkaroon na ng mga ibang vendors and everything. So, one thing that we learned there, that just strengthens my thesis, that there is no such thing, as long as we are human beings, perpetual peace is utopian. Peace would always be episodic, historical. There will always be a time for peace, there will be always a time of conflict. Di ba? Malas lang natin kung mataon tayong nabuhay sa time of conflict. Then also, the quest for justice, right? The quest for justice as a condition for peace is also there. How would they punish, or how would they avenge their ancestors from what the Fire Nation did to them? And I think so. Even in a religious term, there are seminarians here. There is a priest here, diba? Even in a religious sense, justice and peace come together, right? When there is a fulfillment of justice, peace happens, right? But one thing that that is interesting in Ang, is that justice to the past is not just a retribution, it's not avenging the past, but coming to peace with the past is forgiveness. That's what, di ba, his fellow benders from the water, yung mga water benders and everything, they would always, you have to forgive yourself. That is also doing although justice and forgiveness are the same things, but the way to be at peace with the past is also forgiveness. And only when we forgive the past can we hope for the future. So yeah, those are the elements that we can discuss when we talk of the Avatar. And so yeah, from the cartoons from the anime to the live action, right? Avatar is such a very nice story. It talks about peace, it talks about unity. Okay, and that, in Korra, kasi towards the end nung Avatar, di ba nagkasundo na sila ng Fire Nation? Nagkasundo na sila. But it doesn't mean that peace would be perpetual. In Korra, then there's new tension in the Republic City.
Okay, very well said. Actually, out of the context, no, parang magandang relationship advice din. Sir.
Sure.
Para makapag-move on tayo, we should forgive and hope for a better tomorrow.
Right,
diba?
correct. It is only by forgiving, because forgiveness breeds or gives future to the past.
Yeah, okay. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, Ken.
Hello po, sir. Hello, good morning. Am I audible po, sir? Okay na. Please correct me po, sir, if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, the concept of hope and peace does improve our well-being, correct po? And that it is impossible to criticize something without a better idea or concept. Yun po ang nag-hit sa akin very, very well. So, here's my question po, sir. Since it's only possible for us to conceptualize peace and hope when we know something better, such as we can criticize it na, would we be happier if we did not know better? For example po, sirs, do we think are North Koreans happy? Are North Koreans satisfied with their life simply because they do not know that there is something better? that what they have is already what there is to be had. So, parang, since the limit of contentions is not that wide, it's easier to fill that void of contention. And they are more likely to be contented. So the question po, sir, is, are they contented or are they happier, at least than us? Yan po, sir.
Interesting question. First, I would like to evaluate the assumption of the question. You have given North Korea as an example. But I am not really in a position to judge whether North Koreans are not happy or happy with their situation. Okay, that's first. But second, there are lots of North Koreans also who would go out, who would try to escape. Right? Eto ulit, popular culture ulit. If you watched the K-drama, yeah, you see, I appreciate better philosophy when I go to pop culture. There's this K-drama about the North Koreans who escape. Okay, who's the actor here? That very handsome guy. Oh, sorry. Are we in Facebook? Sorry. Are we in Facebook Live?
We are live.
Sorry. So there are these North Koreans who escaped, right? But what drives them to escape? What drives them to escape? So we can only investigate the motivation of those who escape, because I am not in a position in any way to judge North Korea as a whole. In that narrative, okay, they escape, you would only wish to escape because you have an idea of a better life outside. Without such an idea, you would not want to. You would not desire to. You would not endanger yourself had you not have that idea of a better life, of a utopia, right? So I guess they must have an idea, okay, of a better life. And your first question, which brings me to your first question, would it be better if we just don't have, or we just stop imagining a better life? But that question reeks of defeatism. It is when we ask that question, it is when we entertain that question, when we start giving power all the more to the ideological justification of systems of power. Right? That's why in ideological system, the first thing they do is not to let you imagine a better future. That, everything is okay. Right? So, wag na kayong mag-rally kasi everything is okay naman. But, you see, there is no political action without the idea of a better state of life. And to answer your question categorically, no, it is not better if we don't imagine a better life. It is a contrary movement to the movement of the will. Right? We always have an idea of what is a better life. Thank you.
Okay. Any more would like to ask a question? By the way, give a round of applause to our dear speaker. No? Galing? Sir?
Good morning po, sirs, department chairs, and sir. This question is a bit political and a little bit controversial, and so you may opt not to answer it po, sir, just for the sake of safety and everything else. A while ago, I was just intrigued when you said that conflict develops peace. So, in the same case, I just thought of, would the doings of the NPA be justifiable in a sense that they create conflict just to meet or to destroy or to shackle that peace that needs to not be stiff in a sense. I think it could also apply to the Israel and Palestine conflict, where the Israel is trying to inflict conflict to the Palestinians just for the sake of their own hope of having their own peace and creating their own utopia. How would you mitigate on this scenario, sir? That would be all. Thank you.
I will answer. I will answer. But I would answer that question in a purely philosophical manner. Okay. If we go back to the history of underground movements, okay, not specifically NPA, but underground movements all over the world, they are motivated precisely of conflict as challenging the ideological peace that systems of power perpetuate. This is what I mean when I said that if there is no more conflict, we should all be more wary about that. That's why in the ideological peace that I discussed, systems of power, the first act of the system of power is to quell, is to stop any forms of possible dissent, possible conflict, because it challenges them. But we also have to guard ourselves, okay? Because any underground movement, as a social imagination also, okay, also plays within the poles of ideology and utopia. Okay? The underground movement as a social imagination of a utopia for peace also falls into the poles of the pathological social imagination. So we also have to apply critical hermeneutics there. Okay? Not because it is coming from underground movements, then it is always justified. We always have to be careful also of how to take them. Because underground movements are also social imaginations. And as social imaginations, there is a possibility that they also fall under the two pathologies of social imaginations. That's our duty as philosophers.
Okay. Okay, sir, we have a question from the audience here. For people living relatively peaceful societies such as ours, hoping for peace in a collective manner is attainable. But how is hope possible for the actual victims of current geopolitical conflicts, such as people currently in Palestine?
Right. Very difficult question. Yeah, it's. I understand the question as well. Easy for us to say that that we can hope for peace because we are living in a relatively peaceful country. But how about those who are in a war-torn country? That's why I emphasized that hope is not only an individual imagination. Hoping for peace is always hoping with others. This is the context of the borderlessness of moral imagination of Martha Nussbaum, right? That responsibility is no longer defined by how close I am to the issue or how far I am to the issue. As cosmopolitans, everything is near to us. In the time of borderlessness, I feel myself as part of humanity. I feel myself responsible to what the others are experiencing. This is what I mean when I say hoping for peace is hoping with others. It is. So the question is how responsible, or how should they imagine? That's why we have to invoke the global community. Okay? We are part of that. We are part of it as in a cosmopolitan moral imagination. We are part of their struggle for peace. Okay? We have to hope with others.
Okay? I think this is a question of how necessary hope is. The question is, how can we attain peace if there are instances where hope is no longer there?
Paano ba nawawala totally ang hope? Is it in the moment of despair? Like in Kierkegaardian sense? That, there's no exit and you lose hope? That's why I will go back to that notion of hoping with others. That's why I am my brother's keeper, to invoke some scriptural base. I am my brother's keeper. I have, the more I imagine that hope is hoping with others, the more that I have to ensure that my brother does not lose hope. I am responsible for the hope of my brother. If someone loses hope, it impinges on me that I have to light the candle for him. This is how we develop cosmopolitan responsibility of hope.
Okay? Questions? Okay? Ma'am?
Parang talo pa nito ang kompre. Joke. Sige, tayo.
Host, can someone help? Turn on the microphone, please, facilitators.
Here.
Hello. So I actually have two questions. I actually have two questions. First is that, given that we are philosophy students who have specific tracks, for example, foreign service and international relations, my question would be, how does this idea of peace and hope be applied in the lens of foreign service and international relations, especially with countries which undeniably have conflicting interests and of the complexities and interconnected relations? And should I tell my second question? The second question is, how do we strike a balance between hoping for peace and being on guard with the negative realities in the society, for example, conflicts and wars?
The balance between hoping for peace and?
Being on guard with the negative realities that we are experiencing in the status quo.
Okay. So first, yung context ng tanong niya ng first, how can we apply this hope for peace in international relations? So they are coming from the international relations track of philosophy in Ateneo. The simple question is, why do we aim for diplomacy? Right? Why do we aim for diplomacy if not to attain peace? No matter how relative, short-lived it might be, right? Why do we aim to arrive at international treatises? Why do we invoke that we respect the rules that we have? Isn't this an application of peace? Right? We are in diplomacy as one model to attain peace. In peace studies, okay, there's a section always there about diplomacy. Okay, so diplomacy is a way to attain peace. So that's why we try to be diplomats. We try to study international relations so that we can better understand the tensions and how do we go about them. The second is, so how do we strike the balance? I don't have a formula for that, but I would be Aristotelian here in this case. It is a matter of prudence. It is a matter of, of knowing it while practicing it. And hermeneutically speaking, we have to learn from the lessons of the past on how peace failed, okay? And so that we can better appropriate it, or we can have better actions in the present. So prudence and learning from the past are my answers.
Sir?
Good morning, sir. So, first of all, thank you po dun sa presentation because I'm very much a fan of geopolitics and everything and those stuff. So, yeah. So, okay. So, I happen to be window shopping. Okay. Window shopping for primary text sa internet because, well, I have nothing better to do. And I just so happened to stumble upon a primary text on critical theory written by Guy Debord, French philosopher of the 1960s. So he happened to have this concept called the spectacle, which is the spectacle, sir.
Spectacle.
Yes, sir. Which is basically related to your idea of the symbolization, sir. Yung sa ideology. Yes. And medyo, sir, I'd like to have your comments on some of his statements dito, sir, sa ano. Andito, sir, yung
First, I did not catch the name.
Guy
Debord.
Debord,
okay.
Debord, sir.
Okay.
Andito, sir, yung first three chapters. So, sir, so yung first, sir, is the spectacle is not a collection of images. It is a social relation between people that is mediated by image. Second, sir, is it regroup themselves into a new unity as a separate pseudo world that can only be looked at. Tapos yung ano, sir, is kasi nakita ko, sir, na may point ka dun, sir, about symbolization is unifying. May Debord took issue on it, sir. Debord took issue on it, sir. Ang sabi niya, sir, is the unification that the spectacle achieves is nothing but an official language of universal separation, and that the separation is the alpha and omega of the spectacle. And also, sir, sinulat din ni Debord na sabi niya, the spectacle serves as a total justification of the conditions and goals of the existing system. So I'd like to have your thoughts, sir, on this, especially in the context, sir, ng global peace and everything, sir.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm not going to comment on that. Maybe it could be your project, right, to take an issue with Ricoeur's notion of symbolization and Debord's spectacle. I'm not going to comment on that, I'm sorry, or else I will appear pretentious. Okay? I will not comment because I am not a master of Debord. Okay? So I will not comment. Okay, but you know, if you happen to be interested in developing that paper and you would want to comment on the notion of symbolization, then I'll be willing to help. But that would be your project.
Hello. Okay. Sir, you gonna ask question? Okay, sir.
Ang question ko po, sir, is yung sa concept po nyo po ng perpetual peace and how it is utopian. Don't
Yung alin? Sorry.
Yung sa concept po, sir, ng perpetual peace and how you think it is utopian. For me po kasi, sir, don't you think it is somewhat a privilege take for us to assert that? For example po, sir, basing yung situation ngayon sa conflict nga po ng Israel and Palestine, like, di ba sabi niyo po, sir, in order for us to develop peace, kailangan natin yung cycle ng peace and conflict. But don't you think, sir, na if we experience like kumbaga that kind of conflict, do you think na we would be there and we would think na we want this to happen again, or rather like we want this to see happen again? Like, don't you think na it would be more natural for us to hope for perpetual peace instead? And kumbaga sir, I think most would really say na perpetual peace is what people would really want. Though I understand, sir, why yung sa point niyo po, sir, on why it is somewhat utopian po yung perpetual peace. Pero yun nga po, that is my question on what do you think about that, sir?
Okay. When I was writing this paper, so I cannot but confront Kant on the idea of peace. When I was doing my PhD, I confronted also Kant in his notion of hospitality, okay, and disagreed with him. Now, when I was writing this, I cannot but confront the idea of perpetual peace and contrast it with how I argue that peace is historical, temporal, always there. Okay. Now, why did I say, so there are 2 points that you raised. One is, would it not be better for us to hope that peace would be perpetual? Okay. And second is, why is it utopian? Yun ba yun? Yung nakuha ko is, would it not be better? For example, if we find ourselves caught in the war, would it not be better if we hope for a perpetual peace? Now, for Kant, in that essay, it is not a matter of hoping for the perpetual peace. It is the condition of what peace should be. Okay? That there will be no more rooms for conflict. That is the only time that we can call it peace. So, if you say that, would it not be better? If we take that very high stake that Kant gave for you to call something as peaceful, then would it not be worse that in a time of truce, you could not call it peace? For example, finally, tomorrow, next month, or next year, Palestine and Israel finally came to a truce. They signed a paper, okay, that it will not happen again. But if you follow Kant, you still cannot call it peace. You still cannot call it peace because we know for a fact that it is only a truce using Kantian category of what peace and truce are. So I would disagree with the question, isn't that better if we hope that this is a perpetual peace? For me, it is worse if we are in a truce and yet cannot call it peace. Right? I cannot call it peace. Because the condition is, kahit nga mga, sabi niya, kahit mga arsenals, wala ka na dapat mga weapons na itinatago, dyan mo lang muna masasabing peace yan. O edi mas mahirap na nag-truce na tayo pero hindi mo pa rin masabing peace. It's not better, it's worse. Ilan pa? Pwedeng truce na.
Hello. Actually, we are in short in time na. However, I think we can consider still one question.
I'm still game.
Yeah. Actually, this is a right avenue for us to discuss these issues in this matter, given Sir Doc Remodo is here to provide us a very solid framework as well as grounding on how to deal with the so-called notion of peace as well as on how to attain this. Because personally speaking, this notion of peace for me it's somewhat fluid. We cannot agree to one concept of what peace is. And definitely, I think factor of this is, of course, we have varied situations. Yes. And those situations that we have might shape our understanding of what peace is. That's why for me, I think I can echo Bloomer here. Peace as a symbol has no inherent meaning. The meaning of peace may depend on the person who is interpreting the concept. Well, that's just my wild.
Right. That's why
concept.
I said. I don't want to take peace as metaphysical concept, meaning to say it has an inherent status, an inherent being. But I would rather take peace as a social imagination. Okay, because if we take it from a metaphysical perspective, then you already give the ontological meaning of what peace is and what peace is not.
An absolute meaning like that.
Yeah, you absolutize it. But from the perspective of social imagination, then it is more based on the interpretation as time changes, right?
It undergoes a continuing interpretative process.
It is a continuing interpretative process, which makes it responsive to the challenges of the time.
Okay. Any more questions from the crowd? Sir.
Yeah.
From Our Lady of Peña Francia Seminary, right?
Our Lady of Peña Francia Seminary ang Alps.
Good morning po.
Hindi Our Lady of Fatima.
Do you believe that peace is not only a state of affair, but also a disposition? Do you believe that peace is not only a state of affair, but also a disposition?
What do you mean by disposition?
Internal disposition.
So, like for example, I am disposed to write, so I have a disposition to write.
Actually, I have two next questions. I will read.
Hindi, yung disposition, hindi, is it a disposition? I guess, I think so. Disposition to imagine what is peace, okay? We always have disposition as an idea of what thing could possibly be. So that is something that comes from within me. Oh yes, I would.
Do you think that the underlying cause of wars, conflicts and tensions are the lack of good internal dispositions and good moral values people uphold?
Yeah, right. Lack. I'll go to the theory of lack there. The lack of good disposition. I think so. It's a lack and an overpower, and a lack of goodness and an overflowing of power. But as much as I agree with it's a lack. That is also how I see hope to be possible. Because, yes, we might have a lacking good disposition towards the other, but I still recur in this point that evil is not radical. Well, when I say radical, radix, okay? That at the very root of the human being is still the good. That's why I still have hope for peace. I still I agree with Ricoeur that hope is the refusal to let evil have the final word in our history.
Last question po. Do you think that conflicts and tensions can be resolved by actions alone or by purification of moral values we uphold?
Well, purification of moral values is also an action. So, it's action. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's all.
Kawawa naman si Kidron.
Okay,
Siyang nagpagod dito. So, hayaan natin siya tapos si Kidron.
Sir, good afternoon po. So, ang una ko pong tanong is, sir, do you think, Basta. Sir, do you think po ba itong mga conflict na pinagdadaanan natin ngayon is determined by the past atrocities to be specific? Yes or no, sir?
Determined by the
Past atrocities.
influenced.
Second,
I would rather use the term influenced.
Second, sir, is that do you think po ba the major reason bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng conflict is because mayroon tayong struggle pagdating sa natural resources?
Oh, that's one source. That's one of the many reasons why we have conflict.
So, ito po yung talaga pinakatanong ko. Sir, do you think parang parang sa search natin or pag-uusap natin patungkol sa peace, kailangan natin siyang i-separate sa pag-uusap tungkol sa environmental issues? I believe kasi, sir,
Bakit?
Kasi, sir, I think na dahil reason yung natural resources sa away-away natin, we are putting ourselves to the point na may karapatan tayo sa natural resources na parang we are superior sa resources to the environment itself. Na parang we have the entitlement to use it, na kaya tayo nag-aaway-away because we put ourselves to be in a position na may karapatan tayo. So, my question is that, sa pag-uusap po ba ng kapayapaan, kailangan i-separate ang environmental issue? So, ang pinaka-ano lang po dito is yung the biocentrism ni Aldo Leopold, na parang, I think there should be a connection between peace and environment.
Why would I separate environmental issues from peace?
Yun nga po, sir. Sa tingin mo po, kailangan sa pag-uusap ng peace, kailangan pinag-uusapan din yung environment.
Of course. Yeah.
Sige pa,
right. Of course, we should. We should.
So,
for example, mining. Di ba? Peace is not always in the global scope, na nagpapatayan tayo and everything. Kahit pa yung mga tita natin na nag-aaway-away sa mga titulo ng lupa, 'di ba? Kapag may party. 'Di ba? It's about this, distributive justice. Okay, it's about distributive justice as a what? As a way to find peace among us. So we cannot have this. Peace is a social issue, as a social imagination, and therefore it must include environmental issues because environment is part of the social issue.
So next pa po pala, last na talaga to. So, dun po sa libro ni Jason Bertrand po atay na Against Democracy, parang kinokontra niya yung democracy, specifically yung mga tao na parang hindi sila aware or wala silang knowledge sa kalayaan nila. Sa tingin mo, sir, magiging genuine yung peace kung yung mga tao hindi alam kung ano talaga yung tunay na peace? Yun lang po. Thank you.
What do we say genuine peace? What is the idea of a genuine peace?
Parang, sir, kasi I think parang na surface level na parang naniniwala yung tao na kapag walang nagsusuntukan or walang nagbabarilan, may peace na. Pero ang sinasabi mo po, di ba, kapag inilay down natin yung weapon natin, dun lang tayo magkakaroon ng peace.
I did not say that. Not only to lay down our weapon, then we call it peace.
Ayaw po ba?
I did not say that. Sige, Kidron. He was raising his hand. Sorry, naka-Facebook live ba? Sorry po.
I'm so sorry. Sorry po. I guess, gusto ko pong bumalik dun sa hope na main topic natin. And I'd like also to go back on its ideological aspect, right? And on how it operates. Because nabanggit din kanina na yung about sa spectacle, right? And symbolisms, right? So, ang gandang tignan ng hope as an ideology. But I think if we are going to put it in the context of war as well, if we are going to imagine, if we're going to use hope lang as a mere reimagination of what is a utopian society, I think, sir, do you think then as well na it is just a mere ideological fantasy than it is a actual pursuit of the actual peaceful geopolitical status quo that we are aiming for?
Sorry, I missed that question. Ano yung question? Ano yung pinaka...
Yung pinaka-question ko, sir, is that, for context lang ulit po, because if you're going to see hope as an ideology, right po, then it is also becoming a spectacle from which we see a different perspective of hope, and then if you are going to actually use it as a parang tool to reimagine a peaceful society in the midst of parang geopolitical status quo. And I think if you're going to use it as a yun nga, tool, don't you think po, sir, na it is just a mere ideological fantasy,
yes.
or rather than an actual pursuit of what is a peaceful society po?
Right.
Thank you
That's
po.
why I said that hope can also be ideological and utopian. But you see, I am on a time limit and I do not want to make a thesis, a dissertation of what hope and social imagination. But yeah, if hoping can be a tool used by those who are in power already, it can be a spectacle in that sense, di ba? May mga show tayo. Like for example, I will give you a very elementary or very basic way of making hope as an ideological tool. Giving relief packages, and making it, and letting them imagine that it is the only better life that they can imagine. Right? Itong, di ba, nagtatao kita ng mga relief packages, ng mga subsidies and everything. And then we are giving them hope but we are not really making them capable, right? That we are not really making them capable to get out from their situation. We are not really giving them the seeds of hope. We are making hope as an ideological tool to serve the purposes of politicians, for example. It is not the hope that I am talking about, right? But yes, there are many ways hope can be ideological.
Okay, so I think we're done. Once again, thank you, sir, for that very enlightening and engaging discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know that all of you are still burning to ask questions, but I think we can leave your curiosity later on with the abstract presentations of our dear students. Okay? So again, thank you for the questions, and again, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adrian Remodo, and of course, Professor Mark Zaldi Ocamba. We now proceed to the awarding of certificates to our plenary speaker. May we invite our conference conveners, Professor Ramon V. Palma, Professor Mark Zaldi Ocamba, Mr. Kidron Errol Macacot, and Ms. Ria Monique L. Cortez to award the certificate. Citation reads, Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Adrian V. Remodo, PhD, for sharing his invaluable time and expertise as the plenary speaker during the Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, MUPC, with the theme Rethinking Responsibilities in the Technological Society, held on April 30, 2024 at the Bulwagang Biuenyo Student Union Center, OSAS, Bicol University. Given on this 30th day of April 2024 at Legazpi City, Albay. Signed, Ria Monique L. Cortez, Student Convener, MUPC, Kidron Errol F. Maghakot, Student Convener, MUPC, Mark M. Gatus, MPR, Advisor, BUYPS, Mark Zaldio Ocamba, MPR, Faculty Convener, MUPC Chairperson, BUCSSP Philosophy Department, Tanya L. Añonuevo, RSW, MSSW, College Student Activities Coordinator, BUCSSP, and of course, Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno, PhD, Dean of BUCSSP. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Adrian Remodo. Just a quick announcement po sa ating Bicol University Philosophy students. Your registration form po ay located sa ating... Hello? Hello? Hello?
Check. May input naman. Check.
Hello?
Check. Nawalan tayo ng audio. Check. Check, meron, may audio ko. Check.
Hello? Dahil dyan, sisigaw na lang kami.
Check. Bisik.
Hello?
Check, wala akong out. Check.
Hello. All right. So, at this juncture, may we call on our philosopher king, Mr. Kidron Errol Maghakot, for some announcements. Kuya Kid.
Check.
All right. So before we conclude our morning session, no, alam ko namang marami pa kayong katanungan, and please save it later because mas marami tayong time para magtanungan mamaya. And later we will also really relive yung essence ng Undergraduate Philosophical Conference. So catch up tayo later, no. After lunch, balik po agad tayo, and then for some announcements, yung registration ng Bicol University Philosophy students, doon po tayo. And to some din po na hindi pa nakapag-register or na-late sa registration, open pa rin po yung registration natin. And also, to those who have packed lunches, you can eat naman po here. And to those who go out po, please be safe na lang po. Ayun po. Those are the some announcements lang naman po. And see you po talaga later. Magtanungan po tayo ng magtanungan. Alright. Thank you so much.
Additional announcement lang po, no? The registration form of Bicol University Philosophy students is located na po sa ating left side sa likod po. Doon po tayo magta-time out. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Maghakot. And there you have it. This concludes the morning session of our MUPC. But chill and relax because we have more ganaps this afternoon. Again, I'm Kate Benzuela.
And I am Renaline Andubanco, your host for this morning. Let us all have a break and take our lunch. Be back before 1 p.m. Again, be back before 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Nasalayan, dati kinakapanahon, lumapit ng biglaan, para bang di nakataon. Ito nga ba'y tadhana, lagi kong inisimala, mga pintig ng puso'y nakalaan para sa'yo. Only footprints in the sand, walking with you on this island, guided by the grip of your hand. I can feel you holding my world. Ano ba itong nadarama? Oh shucks, you babe.
few minutes. Again, may we ask everyone to please settle down for we are about to commence our afternoon session in a few minutes. Maraming salamat po.
About you now. And all the roads that lead you there were winding. And all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. You're gonna be the one that saves me.
Governor Honorable Excel Grex Lagman, Albay Vice Governor Honorable Glenda Ong Bungao, Albay First District Representative Honorable Excel Lagman, Atian Bulaluhan, Godo Ginobatan, Mrs. Imelda Meriles, Mia Costello.
We would also like to recognize our publicity partners, Youth 3, LLR Reforma CSSP CBO, BU Isarog, Bicol University Psych, Bicol University The Associates, BU College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, College Student Council, BU CSSP Peer Counselor Organization, BU CSSP Olympia, Bicol University Political Science Club, Bicol University Junior Peace Advocates, BU Lawod, BU Bantayog, League of Liberal Reformist Reforma Coalition, ADNU Philosophical Society.
And of course, the student merchants for supporting our endeavor, Mr. Smize, Chibia Beads, Crochet Core, Grumble Bakes, and Philo Manifesto.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Please settle down, for in a few minutes, we are to commence our afternoon session. Maraming salamat po. Now marking 18 years of significant accomplishments, reaching a crucial milestone in its development. To celebrate this achievement and further its progress, a dedicated platform is essential to display its academic progress, student involvement, and lively intellectual discussions. Presenting the first ever Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference 2024 Abstract Presentation.
Good afternoon and welcome back here for our afternoon session, fellow young philosophers. Sending grand welcoming for both participants and the audience from here in our hall and our Facebook live stream. Please do not forget to register and share our Facebook live to your feed.
We are hoping that you already had your lunch and keeping yourself hydrated. Considering the weather right now, we want you to feel safe, relaxed, and of course, in good condition. Right, Akiko?
Exactly, Denise. I know everyone is excited about our afternoon session. We will be witnessing and delving into another productive philosophical discussion. Are you ready, Denise?
I'm all ready, Akiko. How about you guys? Are you ready?
Alright, we hear you! So without further ado, I am Akiko Maria Sheena Velasquez.
And I am Denise Aldacera, your host for the first ever
Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference 2024 Abstract Presentation. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Please have your comfortable seat and relax as we gear towards this intellectual discourse.
It is really a momentous event for us all, and what an honor to host, serve, and be with you all today in commencing the first ever Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, a congregation of interdisciplinary perspectives with a theme, Rethinking Responsibilities in a Technological Society, emphasizing the significance of philosophical investigation in tackling urgent contemporary concerns.
This philosophical conference aim to provide a platform for undergraduate students to showcase their philosophical research and participate in critical dialogues, foster critical thinking and analytical skills among undergraduate students, and also to advance the study of philosophy in the Bicol region and of course enhance the broader philosophical discourse in the Philippines.
Indeed, the knowledge and experience that we will gain today is immeasurable. Aside from the epistemic journey that we will embark on today, MUPC 2024 will recognize exemplary abstract presenters through awarding 3 special awards. First, we have the Jose Ramon de Leon Orag Tali Award.
The Jose Ramon de Leon Orag Tali Award was established to commemorate Dr. Jose Ramon E. de Leon, the founder of Bicol University Philosophy Department. The award recognizes the best paper in MUPC. Jose Ramon de Leon Orag Tali Award will be selected based on the following criteria: philosophical quality, 20%, novelty, 20%, quality of argument, 30%, advancement of field, 20%, relevance to the theme, 10%, with a total of 100%.
Next is the Best Abstract Award, which will be selected based on the following criteria: philosophical quality, 40%, novelty, 10%, advancement of field, 30%, relevance to theme, 20%, with a total of 100%.
Lastly, the Best Presentation Award will be selected based on the following criteria: value or depth of content, 40%, clarity of presentation, 30%, presentation skills, 20%, proper timing, 10%, with a total of 100%.
To qualify for the Jose Ramon de Leon Orag Tali Award, applicants must submit their full paper along with their abstract. They must be the presenting author of an accepted abstract, and they must register for and attend the MUPC. Similarly, to qualify for the Best Abstract and Presentation Awards, applicants must be the presenting author of an accepted abstract, and they must register for and attend for the MUPC.
Okay, wag na natin itong patagalin pa. And to give us the guidelines for abstract presentation, let's welcome on stage our very own Young Philosopher Society advisor, Professor Mark M. Gatus. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Akiko and Denise. Good afternoon, everyone. To the Bicol University officials headed by the President Baby Boy Benjamin Ebres III, the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, our department chairpersons, Professor Mark Zaldi O. Camba, our plenary speaker this morning, Dr. Adrian Remodo, our participating institutions, guests, my co-lovers of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank everyone for participating in the first Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference. Your presence today will be part of the history of the MUPC, particularly those who have the courage to submit their abstract for presentation. Among them, 8 were chosen for presentation this afternoon that were carefully screened by the Abstract Screening Committee. Allow me to read the process of the selection. On the abstract submission guidelines, the topics or the scope of the Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, or the MUPC, welcomes entries from undergraduate studies of all backgrounds and academic fields, making the MUPC interdisciplinary. Its scope should be related but not limited to the following research themes: political philosophy, ethics, philosophy of science and technology, contemporary philosophy, Filipino philosophy, and philosophy of education. On the abstract selection process, abstract submitted is reviewed anonymously by a committee of philosophy professors. Selection criteria include the background, method, results, action, conclusion, and the overall clarity of the paper. And of course, the connection to the conference theme. All abstracts were anonymized during the review process. Faculty and student convener conduct an initial screening to ensure abstract meet the basic criteria of clarity, conciseness, and proper formatting. The selection committee also selected the strongest abstract for presentation at the MUPC. Authors of selected abstract were notified via email. And for this afternoon, for the presentation of the successful abstract, first, abstract presentation should not exceed 20 minutes. Then, after all papers were presented, it will be followed by open forum or the Q&A. Second, presenters must create slides that are clear and succinct to support their arguments. Avoid excessive text and content overload. Third, guideline, presenters are expected to provide information to their audience on the primary research topic, methods, originality of contribution, preliminary findings, and any outstanding research problems and consequences. We urge all speakers to consider the possible influence of the SDGs on their research. Fourth guideline is presenters should ensure that presentation is inclusive for a wide range of academic viewers. Lastly, presenters should arrive at a conference venue at least 30 minutes before the start of the abstract presentation. So once again, I know that you're excited to listen to the abstract presentations of our very good qualifiers for this afternoon's abstract presentation. So once again, thank you very much and congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Mark, for presenting the guidelines for abstract presentation. Now we are finally ready to start the most anticipated part of the event. To officially start our abstract presentation, let's begin with an interesting discussion on technology and its relationship and integration with humans, with the synthesis titled Consensus Co-Determination, a Heideggerian and Boitewas Ethics of Technology. Let's call on Mr. Jovito V. Manrique.
Like this. In the age of advancing technologies, a profound question emerges. Should we approach technology with fear or love? Are they our friends or foes? I am Jovito Manrique V, and I will conscientiously delve into the ethical implications in navigating a technologically saturated world. So join me as we co-determine with these thoughts on how to live ethically amidst this revolution. So this pursuit comes into interplay when we explore the ideas of Karol Wojtyła and Martin Heidegger. So they would dwell on the impact of technology to humanity and vice versa. So acknowledging technology's potential for both progress and peril, these two philosophers grappled with its double-edged nature. So we aim in this project is to synthesize these views and identify on how humans can cultivate a responsible and co-determinant manner of relating with technology. So here, we tackle the paradoxical nature of technology. Though it holds the power to elevate the human person, it can also be a source of misuse.
So we contend that solely blaming technology absolves humans of their agency. A narrow perspective that sees technology as mere tools misses its deeper essence. So to navigate this complexity, we utilize Karol Wojtyła's personalism that is embedded in his encyclical on human work, or in Latin, Laborem Exercens, and Heidegger's questions concerning technology, as our synthesis brings together the framework of these philosophical perspectives. Heidegger argues that technology goes beyond its role of being a simple tool. So instead, it acts as a mode of revealing, a mode of disclosure that unveils the world in specific ways. While Heidegger critiques technology's enframing tendency, which reduces it into a mere tool and alienates us from its deeper and true meaning, it turns us into what he calls the standing reserves, or as slaves to this utilitarian perception. But on the other hand, he proposes poiesis. Poiesis identifies, poiesis emphasizes a more dynamic, a more free, and more creative engagement with technology. So it allows to reveal the world and enhance our personhood, enhance our capabilities per se. So this extends beyond mere resource efficiency, and it considers technology's inherent value and consequently its place in the life world. This consequently calls us to co-responsibility, to co-determination, as he mentions Aristotle's four causes: the material, the formal, the final, and the efficient. That is to argue that humans share a responsibility with technology along with its intrinsic values, and they are mutually accountable for the ethical implications with their interaction. So arising from this call to co-determination, wherein these two, the humans and technology, share their significance, that will now lay with the groundwork with Karol Wojtyła's personalist approach, which prioritizes ethical considerations in human actions and interactions, the I and the other, including the impact of technology with human flourishing. So, building on the ethics of Thomas Aquinas and Max Scheler's phenomenology, Wojtyła's personalism emphasizes the inherent dignity and agency of each of us, of each person. So, this philosophy emphasizes the ethical considerations in human actions and interactions, which will now be contextualized with the impact of technology in human flourishing. So, in his encyclical, Laborem Exercens, Wojtyła explores this concept further. He focuses on the ethical implications of work in a technological age. Wojtyła recognized technology's potential to augment human productivity and improve quality of life, serving as a tool for human flourishing in the workplace. So despite technology's potential for improvement, both Wojtyła and Heidegger identified potential dangers. Similar to Heidegger's concept of enframing, which leads to a loss of purpose and control, Wojtyła warned of technological alienation, an over-reliance that could possibly replace human labor, diminish worker dignity, and satisfaction. This synthesis, this shared perspective, underscores the need for a balanced and ethical approach that respects both the humans and the technology, as they have dignity. That also fosters mutual flourishing. So, this concept will now be termed as consensus co-determination. This concept that was emerged from the philosophies of Heidegger and Wojtyła becomes a key parameter in human-technology relations. It emphasizes a balanced and more ethical approach where individuals actively and thoughtfully engage with technology for the purpose of augmentation of human dignity and to promote as well personal and technological fulfillment, which leads to the contribution to the common good. So, by attaining the common good, it entails reciprocal actions that is intended for a mutual benefit. With this, consensus co-determination extends beyond human-centric view. It also recognizes technology's inherent value and the bidirectional nature of the relationship. Human-shaped technology, we get that. But we must keep in mind, we must conscientiously keep in mind that we also have this responsibility to protect it from ourselves, to protect it from our misuse. This, as Albert Borgman suggests, highlights the importance of focal practices, or the things we do in our ordinary life, but make them more meaningful. And one of those focal practices is to actively engage with technology to ensure it enriches and not diminishes the human experience. So, building on these thoughts, consensus co-determination provides a valuable lens for analyzing real-world scenarios that impact the emergence of technology. Specifically on social media, on Omegle, on random virtual interactions, and artificial intelligence in the academic field. Scenario number 1. The anonymous video site Omegle was sued in 2021 for allegedly enabling sex trafficking after matching an 11-year-old girl with a man who later sexually abused her. Recently, Omegle was shut down after 14 long years of operation. So a focus on the consensus awareness of its true function is essential to intersect the thought of technology's potential for fostering the focal practice of positive virtual interactions. Social platforms like Omegle initially facilitated virtual connections and cultural exploration. Through consensus co-determination, it could have steered the user from the true essence of its platform towards promoting meaningful dialogue while mitigating misuse. This would have ensured a more responsible and mutually beneficial experience of harnessing virtual camaraderie. So what about in the artificial intelligence? So Father Miranda echoes it as an issue in the New York City public schools, wherein artificial intelligence was banned because of academic dishonesty. But Father Miranda did not remain in the problem. Father Miranda as well posed a potential solution. So, by the name of Scott Hartley, he proposed intelligence augmentation, wherein instead of over-relying to ChatGPT, for instance, in making assignments, why do we make assignments with ChatGPT? Or instance with educators? What if we shape our mindset in ChatGPT replacing educators with ChatGPT educating with educators. So this collaborative learning fosters a co-determining phenomenon when technology strengthens critical thinking skills, the focal practice of critical thinking. So with this makes AI a valuable asset in the academic setting and not something to be feared of. So by examining the works of Heidegger and Wojtyła, we can conclude now that consensus co-determination fulfills our ethical responsibility with the use of technology. So this concept emphasizes an active engagement, responsible decision-making, and mindful interaction that considers both the impact of humans with concerning their experience in the society, as well as the value of technology as an unveiling factor. So it emerges as a grassroots solution to technological alienation, echoing a complementary analysis that technology should augment our lives, not replace them. But building on Borgman's view with the bidirectional value, we see technology not as mere tools, but now as companions that enhances our focal practices, the experience of the world. Yet, challenges may arise. Yet, these serve as an invitation to dialogue, which further refines our understanding of consensus co-determination. So, by strengthening and completing the new by way of the old, this will ultimately guide us in our ethical engagement with technology.
Thank you for that comprehensive discussion, Mr. Jovito. Our next presenter delved into the deep ocean of opportunities and discoveries induced by technology, which can help us enhance the dialogue of philosophies. The thesis entitled Enhancing Philosophical Inquiry with AI Socratic Dialogues, to be presented by Mr. Rixton Nino R. Mape.
Good afternoon. Is it better to suffer injustice than to commit it? What is the nature of the soul, and how does it relate to the pursuit of truth? Is the pious loved by the gods because it is pious? Or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? These questions were raised by Socrates in Plato's Dialogues, where he demonstrated the process of the Socratic method. Whenever Socrates challenges the beliefs of his fellow citizens, they engage in a dialogue whose aim is to achieve consistent beliefs. Applying the method in educational settings has proven to improve critical thinking skills and openness to alternative perspectives. Students are able to articulate their thoughts while listening to others. When merged with hands-on laboratory exercises, analytical skills are improved. Finally, the Socratic method and Socratic dialogues as a form of teaching strategy enables educators to establish an active learning environment. But implementing Socratic dialogues is not easy, as there are gaps needed to be bridged. Teachers should have competent content knowledge and questioning skills, because without proper implementation, students may be intimidated with the questions that they fear or resist learning. Additionally, extra support must be given to students with limited background and knowledge and vocabulary, which they need to form meaningful responses. Personalization of learning experience is also difficult to achieve for huge class sizes with limited lecture hour allotment. All these challenges raises the key problem of how to enhance the implementation of Socratic dialogues in educational settings. With programming and coding as my craft, allow me to propose a solution through ADOS, a web application designed to facilitate Socratic dialogues by leveraging recent advancement in artificial intelligence, or AI. This presentation highlights the design, development, and evaluation of ADOS. As we move forward, you can already explore the application by visiting ados24.streamlit.app or by scanning the QR code displayed on the slide. But while ADOS is free, please avoid sending spam messages because it is expensive to avail some computational resources online. Can we proceed? Okay. A divide and conquer approach is used to solve the general problem, which we identified a while ago, by breaking it into 3 smaller problems and solving each individually. Firstly, ADOS avoids providing irrelevant responses by understanding the student input in relation to the entire dialogue. For a focused approach in identifying which question to ask, Paul and Elder's taxonomy of Socratic questions are used. Secondly, mastery in content knowledge is supported by referencing philosophical texts when generating responses. This ensures that ADOS only provides accurate and reliable information. Finally, students can select topic of interest, language style, and dialogue pace to consider their learning preferences. Beyond what you see using the app and within the underlying code, ADOS is guided by a formalized model of Socratic dialogue. The user experience starts by responding to the initial message of ADOS. What is something you believe to be true? After entering an input, ADOS can decide to read relevant articles from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Then the input message is processed to detect any inconsistencies, such as logical fallacy, contradictions, and unsupported claims. Either the message's consistency or inconsistency is then pointed out by ADOS. For consistent belief statements, questions about the content or part of a student's thinking process are asked, focusing on personal experience, inferences, assumptions, potential perspectives, and consequences. For inconsistent belief statements, questions about the quality of reasoning are asked, focusing on clarity, precision, accuracy, relevance, and breadth. After ADOS provides a response, the app checks whether the dialogue limit is reached. We need a dialogue limit to avoid user fatigue and usage of too much computational resources per session. Until reached, ADOS asks the user for input, preferably an answer to the questions posed by the application. At the last iteration of the cycle, ADOS summarizes the dialogue, provides users with practical steps to explore their beliefs further, and suggests online articles related to the concepts discussed. At the core of ADOS are large language models. Show of hands if you have used ChatGPT before. No one? Really? An LLM is an AI program that can learn nuances in natural language. It works by predicting the next word in a sentence, roughly similar to the auto-suggestion feature of a smartphone's digital keyboard. This capability is formed on top of hundreds, if not thousands, of hours training on massive amounts of text, such as books, news, research papers, and social media content. LLMs also excel in other tasks such as summarization, translation, and question answering. In ADOS, a cluster of LLM instances orchestrates the entire Socratic dialogue. Some are responsible for fetching philosophical text, while others detect belief inconsistencies and surf the internet. An LLM cannot perform these tasks alone. We must provide it with the right command or prompt. To do so, trial and error testing of prompt engineering techniques can be beneficial. One can instruct the LLM to assume the role of an expert in a particular field. This technique is called role-playing. In ADOS, we can benefit from an LLM that acts like Socrates or a philosophy teacher. Another technique is few-shot prompting, where we provide an LLM with a series of examples for reference. For instance, to reinforce an LLM's understanding of logical contradictions, we can provide it with a series of statements and explanations whether they are contradictory or not. Prompt engineering does not only ensure correct responses from LLMs, it can also affect the language style used. This is helpful when considering the learning preferences set by students at the start. Here's an example of a prompt that you can see on the code of ADOS. So you can see we ask the LLM to assume the role of a philosophy professor and convert a piece of text, the input message by the student, into a pseudo article, which will be used later on to peruse and obtain relevant articles from Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. However, even with the right instruction, LLMs have the tendency to give false information. To solve this, an LLM's response must be grounded on facts. Retrieval augmented generation is the practical implementation of this solution in ADOS. LLMs are connected to a database of articles from the SEP, and through this measure, we know that ADOS's responses are based on established philosophical knowledge. The fetched articles are also used to determine how the student's beliefs is related to other philosophical frameworks. Here's an example, a demo of ADOS. So this is the welcome page. So let's just wait for the video to appear. So again, you can visit the app at ados24.streamlit.app. So the user can select the topic of interest and the dialogue style, language style, and dialogue pace. The user said, all arguments are infinitely expandable. There's always room for premises. Let's pause it there for now. Doon sa part na nag-input siya. Okay, so while the user waits for the response, we can see that the thinking process of ADOS. You can see, can you play it? All right, thanks. It is now choosing the best dialogue path and referencing philosophical text from the database. I think you can just play the video that I sent. Okay. That's more favorable. So, after the user provides an input, the chatbot will provide a corresponding response. Again, referencing or choosing the best question to ask. So here, ADOS asks questions so that the user can explore his belief statements. And after reaching the dialogue limit, you can see that ADOS is also able to summarize the entire dialogue to give a general idea to the user and provide practical steps on how they can explore their beliefs further. So when visiting the webpage, you can also see a tab section there called Demo. You can watch the video on YouTube, which is also displayed on the application. Again, the link is ados24.streamlit.app. So moving forward, can we move forward with the slide? ADOS is evaluated by 240 participants, evenly split between 120 high school students and 120 college students. They answered the post-engagement survey, which collected both quantitative and qualitative data. Responses are gathered for Likert scale, multiple choice, and open-ended questions focusing on different aspects of user experience. For the Likert scale, the majority of the students either agreed or strongly agreed that ADOS helped them critically examine their beliefs, consider alternative perspectives, and identify inconsistencies. However, among the disagreements, students underscored that ADOS can sometimes be ambiguous or not easy to understand in pointing out their inconsistencies. For multiple choice responses, here are the questions. Number 1, which aspect is most valuable in examining your beliefs? Number 2, how did ADOS change your approach to examining your beliefs? And number 3, which feature needs the most improvement? Here are the results. For multiple choice responses, students emphasize their value for thought-provoking questions posed by ADOS. This aligns with the aim of Socratic dialogues to promote critical thinking through inquiry. ADOS is also perceived to influence students by making them more careful in examining their beliefs and more open to other perspectives. Additionally, students called for improvement in terms of ADOS' ability to understand complex belief and sensitive topics. This highlights students' attention to the application limitations and potential ethical concerns. For open-ended responses, students shared specific aspects of their experience. Students appreciated the engaging educational nature of interactions with ADOS. Responses also highlighted how ADOS facilitated self-reflection and the development of critical thinking skills and openness to other perspectives. And finally, some students provided constructive criticism regarding user interface and chat functionality. To advance ADOS, several measures can be adopted. At the start of each session, each user could select a dialogue path that focused on different aspects of their belief. For example, foundational concepts and their beliefs' potential consequences. The entire dialogue could also be divided into 2 phases, where the student initially and incrementally establishes the argument of his beliefs before ADOS asks questions and reasoning quality. A more diverse philosophical text from different sources other than SEP could also benefit ADOS. Sensitive topics must also be handled more carefully using techniques that consider users' sentiments. Finally, the multilingual capabilities of LLMs can be leveraged by allowing students to engage in their local language, such as Filipino or Bicol. ADOS is a step forward in harnessing artificial intelligence to transform philosophical inquiry in modern educational settings. As we continue to refine and enhance ADOS, we are not just developing a tool. We are bridging the time-tested wisdom of philosophy to the cutting-edge technologies and capabilities of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mapa, for that interesting presentation. To continue, our next abstract will delve into the phenomenological approach of understanding who a human person is through viewing their uniqueness from the inside. Let us all welcome seminarian Ralph Justin Cardano to present to us his abstract, Understanding the Human Person in the Phenomenological Personalism of Hildebrand and Voigt de Was.
Experiences upbringing, our lived experience, are realities that we ourselves are confronted with from our childhood to the present. These are important concepts that are sometimes taken out of the erudite philosophical discussion. Good day to our esteemed guests, to my brother seminarians, Father, and to all of you young philosophers present here today. I will be presenting my research paper entitled Understanding the Human Person in the Phenomenological Personalism of Hildebrand and Boitiwa, by which those terms whom I've mentioned are considered necessary in our philosophical discussion. This research paper aims to contribute to the understanding of the concept of the human person in the personalist current, specifically to the phenomenological personalist strand, faced with the reality of the human person that is beset with societal challenges and being one of the central topic of philosophical discussion, calls for a clearer understanding in the present millennia, in the present technological contemporary era. That is why the research sought to conduct a synthesis paper to shed light in this undertaking. In this qualitative study, the researcher utilized a comparative approach. Through this method, the researcher gathered, analyzed, compared, and synthesized the facts from the perspective of Boitiwa and Hildebrand regarding the human person. The process of this research is inductive, where the researcher collected data from the different sources which are specified in Chapter 2, then brought a thorough analysis and evaluation in line with the statement of the problem in Chapter 1, and then the researcher organizes findings in Chapter 4. This leads towards a synthesis of the views of the human person of Hildebrand and Boitiwa, which lead to a new perspective in understanding the human person, which lastly in Chapter 5 of the study, the summary, conclusion, and recommendation was presented to provide an overall pedagogical and heuristic view of the human person. In order to bring this aim to fruition, the researcher sought to answer three fundamental questions, such as the following. What is the human person based on Dietrich Richard Alfred von Hildebrand and Karol Joseph Boitiwa? What are the similarities and differences of their concept of the human person between these two personalist philosophers? And lastly, what is the new perspective in understanding the human person in phenomenological personalism? So here, the researcher, guided by the conceptual framework, presented the idea of phenomenological personalism. The phenomenological personalist philosophers and their notion of the human person, along with the different concepts that are key in understanding it through the philosophical personalism of Hildebrand and Boitiwa. Having this in mind, a thorough perspective presentation and analysis was done in order to clarify their perspective of the human person. After which, the researcher employed a comparative analysis of their ideas so as to evaluate their philosophies for this matter. And lastly, the researcher provided the synthesis of their concept of the human person in order to arrive on a new perspective in understanding the human person. Both Hildebrand and Boitiwa views the human person as a conscious and active agent, a tripartite being endowed with inherent dignity, emphasized the importance of emotions and affective dimensions and the role of intentionality in shaping one's consciousness. Hildebrand emphasized the intentionality of consciousness in one's authentic earliveness that enables self-transcendence, and Boitiwa puts emphasis on the person's action, subjectivity, and interiority, which leads towards self-actualization. A person is distinct not only as a supposed, but lives uniquely in its own earliveness, which shapes a person's character, personality, personhood, and personal identity. So much so that reflecting in one's own phenomenological attitude would lead one in the centrality of love that emanates from the person towards building and shaping a society with collectivity, thereby building a community of loving individuals by which human persons becomes a beacon for social transformation against individualism, collectivism, relativism, and subjectivism. Phenomenological personalism advanced the scholastic view of the idea of the human person as it changed the view from what to who. It reinvigorated the view of the human person, not just an erudite academic concept, but a practical theory of a person that could lead towards a social project. Here are also the comparative analysis of their concept. We have mentioned that Hildebrand and Wojtyła both emphasize the inherent dignity of the individual person. They also value relationship and community in building the individual person. Aside from that, they both favor subjective moral order that is based on truth and goodness, and the need for an objective moral framework that transcends individual desires and preferences. The concept of the person and responsibility is also taken as a similarity in these two philosophers. Freedom, not as just a mere autonomy, but is rooted and as a corresponding responsibility and moral agency. They also emphasize the importance of virtue and character development in achieving personal fulfillment and development. Aside from that, they also provided a defense of the human dignity and rights of the person, protection and defense of human rights and social justice rooted in the inherent dignity of the human person. They also value community and collectivity, the role of love as a value response and self-giving in shaping and forming the human person. And also they also considered the tripartite conceptualization of the human person, the importance of the spiritual dimensions of human existence, and the emphasis of the significance of intentionality in a human person, emphasizing how conscious awareness in one's intentions and choices shapes personal identity, ethical behavior, and the realization of one true self, while at the same time grasping the entirety of reality holistically. The integration of earliveness, taking into account the attitude of an embodied subject, free of prejudice and presuppositions, but towards the total experience of the world itself. The role of self-possession in self-transcendence and self-actualization. The shift from what of the person is, of the scholastics, to who the person is with application of phenomenology, enriched with intentionality of consciousness, subjectivity, and interiority. Now, when it comes to the differences of the two philosophers, presented here are the following. Hildebrand argues that each person possesses an inherent worth or dignity that must be acknowledged and honored by a society as a whole, while in contrast, Wojtyła argues that individuals exist in relation to others, and that our interactions with others are essential for understanding and realizing our own inherent dignity. So from one's personal perspective towards the external, while the other from the external appreciation of one's inherent dignity. Now, Hildebrand values consciousness as important dimensions of human person, while Wojtyła places the central focus on the actualization of the human person guided by his reason, which is manifested in one's action. And as we all know, this is because of his upbringing as a scholastic and Thomistic upbringing in his philosophical studies. Hildebrand also places reason and emotion should work in harmony to guide and inform our actions, and that both are essential for understanding and realizing our true identity and dignity. While on the other hand, Wojtyła views reason and emotion that should work in harmony to guide and inform our actions, and that both are essential for understanding each dignity. So from one presentation of the interplay of the appetitive and affective dimensions, while on the other hand, puts emphasis on the individual's action. Hildebrand believes in the three spiritual affective faculties: intellect, will, heart. While on the other hand, Wojtyła focused and values love as a conscious act, a fundamental aspect of the human person that which guides a person to fully know his own totality, such that this very identity is to love. Here, one of also the differences of the two is their application of the phenomenological method. Hildebrand applied the phenomenological method that is in dialogue with the classical philosophies, because for the information of everyone, Hildebrand was originally a phenomenologist before being converted to Christianity and being immersed with the scholastic view or Thomistic view. While on the other hand, Wojtyła, influenced by phenomenology, developed a personalistic synthesis complementing Thomistic metaphysics with insights from phenomenology. Here, Wojtyła or Hildebrand focused on ethics and the person's central role in values, integrating phenomenology into ethical considerations and a presentation of phenomenological method that is the beginning of philosophizing, so as to prevent premature and hasty generalization in philosophy, which is one of the dangers of premature systematization. On the other hand, Wojtyła applied phenomenology to develop a creative personalistic synthesis that complemented scholasticism, emphasizing the view of the human person with interiority and subjectivity. Here, after highlighting a comprehensive study of Hildebrand and Wojtyła's concept of the human person, there are 7 points that have been collated by the researcher as a new perspective in understanding the human person in the phenomenological personalism of Hildebrand and Wojtyła. The human person should be understood as the following: a subjective conscious agent capable of self-transcendence and self-actualization, a value-centered being, seeing that the heart from which love emanates is the seat of all values, a tripartite entity composed of a material somatic aspect, psychological and spiritual dimensions, an authentic being endowed with dignity in the capacity of self-awareness and self-determination, has intentionality and interiority, able to act intentionally and has the ability to choose based on one's own beliefs and values, and also has the capacity for introspection. A transcendent corporeal reality, corporeal being that is individualized by his materiality in part of the cosmological reality, while on the other hand, a transcendent being capable of connecting with the divine. And lastly, the human person is an agent for social transformation who has the capacity to change the world, beginning from one's personal self towards the community of persons, forming a community of loving individuals. Thus, a person is not just a what, but is a who is capable of fully possessing, actualizing, and realizing himself. Hildebrand in Wojtyła provides an ethics, provides a profound backbone of perspective of the human person and his role in relationships, ethics, politics, economic, art, culture, interreligious dialogue, environment, technology, and more. By recognizing the inherent and unique worth and dignity of the human person through his subjectivity, and their role in society. With this world filled with societal issues, Hildebrand and Wojtyła offers a comprehensive philosophical foundation that addresses these different issues that our society is facing right now, by placing the human person at the center of philosophical reflection, emphasizing its uniqueness through their earliveness that interplays with their dignity, freedom, and self-determination in the face of contemporary challenges. A person that is against individualism, relativism, collectivism, subjectivism, but is an advocate for subjectivity, consciousness, social awareness, individuality, collectivity, and interiority. A view of the human person enriched by phenomenological personalism as a subject, social actor, distinct, unique, and resilient through the test of time that is applicable in the present technological era. Now, we have here, the new understanding of the human person in phenomenological personalism is to view the person in its uniqueness from the inside at the very start, as what phenomenological methods suggest, as opposed to viewing him from the outside, starting with his similarity with other bodily beings. This view is determined by his earliveness through his subjectivity, interiority, and intentionality of consciousness, which enables self-possession that leads towards self-transcendence and self-actualization, thus enhancing the view of the human person. As individuals, as persons, we can judge individuals, or we are stereotypes. Kapag preso ka. No? We have this stereotypical attitude. We have this idea of what a human or a person is. Kapag pangit ka, Nakikita mo, maganda to, pangit ka. So, through the phenomenological method applied in personalism, in the so-called phenomenological personalism, we view the person, first remove ourselves of biases and prejudices. We remove ourselves of biased judgment. No? Iiwasan natin ang pagiging judgmental. And through this, we are enabled to look at the person in his totality, of the experience of reality as a whole, as what the datum tells us, or as what the datum provides us. So thereby, it enabled us to have a holistic view of each person, removing ourselves of our biases, removing ourselves of being a judgmental person. And this undertaking may be a difficult one, but this is a continuous project, a continuous process of becoming. And through the phenomenological personalism, this is a fresh start that will enable us to redefine and reevaluate values in this present millennia. Good afternoon, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Seminarian Cardano, for that interesting analysis. Moving forward to our fourth abstract presenter, concerning themselves with our rising problems in the landscape of technological world, scrutinizing the rise of the AI and academic paper, let's all engage in the ongoing debates of AI use in education through the synthesis paper entitled AI as co-author of academic papers, an inquiry and its ethical merit, to be presented by Ms. Aprilyn Boras and Ms. Samantha K. Beatriz Encinares.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So before we begin our presentation, let us take a look at these examples on the screen. On Exhibit A, as you can see, kindly focus on the prompt. For those who cannot see, it says here, simplify Searle's Chinese room argument. And as you can see, the artificial intelligence provided. Now we have here another example on Exhibit B. It says here, make a reflection paper on Searle's Chinese room argument with 200 words only. Now, reflecting from these examples, which do you think is the good use of artificial intelligence? To a bigger question, to what extent is using AI ethical? To formally begin our presentation, allow us to present to you our paper entitled AI as a co-author of academic papers, an inquiry to its ethical merit.
The thesis statement of our paper indicates that AI as a co-author of academic papers is ethical. In exploring this paper, various significance will manifest. First, in the domain of ethics, this paper will explore how this collaboration and co-authoring can open new opportunities to educate the students about the associated risks and responsibilities in collaborating with AI. Secondly, in the domain of epistemology, exploring how this paper unfolds that AI can indeed be a co-author will provide new perspectives on how AI can offer epistemological aid to students in writing their academic papers efficiently.
Another, in the domain of education, this paper posits that the existence of AI in the academe calls for an action of reconstructing existing academic pedagogies to move forward from the traditional ones and embrace the inevitable existence of AI in the academe, and rather focus on the existence that can benefit to human flourishing through collaboration in writing academic papers. For our discussion, it will be divided in 5 sections. First, AI in the lens of philosophy of technology. What does philosophers in the philosophy of technology says about artificial intelligence? Second is the nature of AI technology, what it is and how does it work. Third, educational technology, particularly artificial intelligence in education. What does various academic institutions says about artificial intelligence? Second to the last is AI as a co-author. Here we're going to be discussing the various perspectives from pro and anti-AIs regarding artificial intelligence. And lastly, the ethical implications of AI.
The first section of this paper will delve on the overview of the notions of philosophers in the field of philosophy of technology about technology, namely Martin Heidegger and Jacques Ellul. Martin Heidegger's works revolve around the relationship between the human person and the technology, while Jacques Ellul was concerned directly on the relationship of technology and the society. Prior to understanding the notions of Heidegger and Ellul, this transgressed to the most used AI or technology of today, which is the AI technology. Artificial intelligence is the ability of a digital computer to perform human intellectual abilities such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. This paper will solely focus on generative AI, that is language-based model, particularly the ChatGPT, developed by the OpenAI on December. AI has 5 steps in working, which includes first, the input, and then the processing, and there comes the data outcome. And from that, AI will make adjustments and assessments.
Now let's proceed to discussing the educational technology, artificial intelligence in education. Now the integration of artificial intelligence in the academe has sparked a lot of debate, but is commonly criticized. Some of views here includes first, the receding view on academic honesty and integrity. Second, the instantation and automation in AI systems concerns many teaching faculties regarding the comprehensive learning of the students. And third, there is a big distrust against AI systems considering it's due to data and privacy concerns. Some of the schools that express their disagreement on artificial intelligence is the NYC Public Schools and Sciences PO. According to NYC Public Schools, while the tool may be able to provide quick and easy answers to question, it does not build critical thinking and problem-solving skills, which are essential in academic and lifelong success. Whereas Sciences PO was firm that without transparency, referencing students are forbidden to use software for the production of written work or presentation. However, according to Dr. Steve Watson, a researcher from University of Cambridge, he says, everyone seems to be worrying that ChatGPT can produce an essay or coursework that will pass exams. But what that means is that educators need to adapt and say, okay, what can we do with that?
Now that there is a recognition that AI can indeed be a co-author of academic papers, there is an emergence of debates regarding whether AI possesses the qualities deemed to be necessary for co-authorship, which are autonomy, intelligence, and authenticity.
Now, to examine the capacity of artificial intelligence as a valid co-author of academic papers, this paper will utilize a cross-examination approach involving notions from anti-AIs and pro-AIs philosophers. First, we have Dreyfus, who argued that intelligence is intuitive and it cannot be captured in formal rules. For Dreyfus, true intelligence comes from deeply engaging with the world, rather than thinking logically. Nagel, on the other hand, on the account of consciousness, argued that the limit of AI to consciousness lies in its ability to manifest and explain human phenomenological experience in an objective or third-person point of view. This objective ascription to experience, where it could explain and simulate human experiences without having to experience that certain phenomena by itself. Lastly, we have John Searle, who responded to Turing test's imitation game through his thought experiment called Chinese room argument. He said that in the Chinese room argument, the computer is not facilitating a genuine understanding. Rather, it is just a manifestation of syntactic operations and functions.
However, the pro-AI philosophers have counterclaims for those notions. They are Susan Schneider, Nick Bostrom, and Alan Turing. Susan Schneider argued that Charles' Chinese argument is flawed because he is implying that just because a part isn't conscious, the whole isn't conscious as well. However, there are people who do not have cerebellum who works 80% of the brain but still have consciousness. So she implied that humans must practice metaphysical humility because humans cannot even explain what and where consciousness is, but why are we firm that consciousness is not possible for AI? Maybe AI is already conscious, but this is limited to human understanding. Bostrom envisioned that one day there will be a super intelligence AI that humans cannot even control. Thus, this only proves that AI has greater potentials to reveal. And Turing claimed that if a machine can show skills of being intelligent, then it is intelligent, just like a human being.
Now, the result of this cross-examination implies that AI has the quality such as autonomy, authenticity, and intelligence, which are they also have the capacity to follow ethical conventions to be a co-author of academic papers. Upon revealing this capacity and recognizing AI as a co-author of academic paper, it means that there is a recognition of their existence in the academe. However, this existence of AI in the academe can also posit ethical implication. Thus, this ethical implication of using AI as a co-author will be explored as well. But before that, let us identify why is autonomy essential in identifying how artificial intelligence can be a co-author. Autonomy determines whether AI systems have the capacity to decide or generate ideas by itself. Also, autonomy is interconnected to responsibility and accountability. So the question of where and how much control does AI technology have opens the ethical dimension of how we are going to harness technology of AI in a responsible and ethical manner. We also have intelligence. The quality of intelligence determines whether AI processes corresponds to a genuine understanding and thus can contribute in an intellectual discourse. Lastly is authentic consciousness. It plays a vital role in recognizing whether AI systems could be able to produce authentic ideas necessary for academic outputs. Consciousness gives rise to authentic experience and therefore authentic ideas. Now, let us discuss the three main ethical concerns on AI. First, plagiarism, data infringement, and copyright infringement. Beginning with plagiarism, it pertains to the act of representing the work of others without proper credits and citation, submitting it for academic requirements, and passing it as one's own work. AI-related plagiarism, on the other hand, pertains to unethical use of generative AI in producing content that could have been plagiarized either from a human-authored content. Presenting AI-generated contents as one's own work is called AI-related plagiarism. An example of this case is the case of UP Diliman student who allegedly used AI for academic requirements. Next, we have data infringement. Data infringement pertains to the unauthorized access and disclosure of data consisting of one's own private information. AI systems rely on data in generating responses and learning the behavior of patterns and training its algorithms. This data might include personal information such as names, addresses, as well as sensitive information. An example of this is the case of deepfaking incident in Carmel Central School District in New York, where students utilize an AI system to edit the face of their principal, enunciating racial slurs. Then we have copyright infringement. Copyright is a law protecting the legal rights of an intellectual property owner, thus representing and producing intellectual works protected by copyright laws without license or authorization is a violation of copyrights of the original owner, and this is what was called the copyright infringement. For artificial intelligence uses training data that could have been collected from various copyrighted works, and this could result to copyright infringement if it was used unlicensed. An example is the Anderson case.
In addressing this ethical implication, this paper will adopt the Human AI Ethical Framework, particularly Virginia Dignam's ARG principle, which stands to Accountability, Responsibility, and Transparency Principle. Virginia Dignam is a professor of computer science at Mayon University. She leads the Social and Ethical Artificial Intelligence Research Group. She authored the work entitled D13 Human AI Ethical Framework, which introduces the design for values methodology for the development of responsible AI. A responsible AI pertains to an AI with its system goals aligned with human ethical values, which is grounded to the ARC principle. The Human AI Ethical Framework is a human-centric approach where ethical human values are advocated to be a part of AI designs to produce responsible AIs that conforms to the legal regulations and ethical norms in the society. This is through the ARC principle, or the Accountability, Responsibility, Transparency principle. According to this, accountability refers to the ability of explaining one's action. Since humans were the ones to delegate the task to AI, the delegating person is the one with accountability to whatever the result of the final output will be. But the AI must be able to have an explanation mechanism. However, in terms of who has the responsibility, there are two determining factors. First, if the delegating person entrusted all the tasks to the AI and the AI simply followed it, the responsibility lies on the person. While the second factor states that if AI experiences error or malfunctions and fails to do the task as intended, then the responsibility lies on its developers. For transparency, it inferred that there should be openness in explaining the learning process of the AI system, including how it makes decisions and processes data. To answer the exhibited questions at the start, this paper will also provide guidelines and regulations in accrediting AI as a co-author of academic papers, applying DIGNOM's accountability, responsibility, and transparency principle.
Hello. For our conclusion, provided that AI has the capacity of becoming a co-author, this paper argues that AI and student collaboration in writing academic papers is ethical, especially if AI stakeholders understand the limitations and opportunities present in the integration of artificial intelligence in the academe. Also, aligning our approach towards AI with the provided guidelines and regulations in this paper, we ultimately believe that the socio-technical relationship between AI and the human person can be fulfilled. This paper also advocates that efficiency should not be the core of AI development. Rather, AI development should be aligned with values of human flourishing, safety, and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boras and Ms. Encinares. The integration of artificial intelligence in education has sparked an ongoing debate among scholars regarding its ethical implications. With the idea of collaborative production of academic papers where AI acts as co-author, indeed presents a potential ethical dimension to explore. Another aspect of this discussion will be next presented, where the question, is AI conscious, might be answered. Presenting their paper titled From Code to Consciousness to Moral Agency, let us call on Mr. Christian Paul B. Apin and Ms. Lovely Sheen B. Anos.
Sound.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Bicol University College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. I am Lovely Sheen Anos, together with
Christian Polapin.
and we are here to present to you our paper titled From Code to Consciousness to Moral Agency. So in this paper, we venture into the interplay of artificial intelligence and the philosophical realm of consciousness and moral agency. So, by challenging the traditional Cartesian perspective as exemplified in Raja Kishore Nath's work. So, thus our paper covered three main topics: artificial intelligence, consciousness, and moral agency. So, the operational definition of artificial intelligence in our paper is that artificial intelligence is not a passive tool, but a computational technology with capabilities parallel to cognitive process. So in this, we go beyond to the conventional view of it as a reactive mechanism, and we focus on machine learning, which is Gemini AI, which have advanced functionalities.
Concerning consciousness, we adopt an operational definition, viewing it as a computational. We treat consciousness in which, like in the human brain, consciousness arises from particular processes and interactions, regardless of whether it occurs in biological brains or in artificial networks. As for moral agency, we diverge from the traditional approach, which primarily relies on the internal capacities such as free will, intentionality, and understanding. Drawing upon Michel Foucault's philosophy, we utilize a non-standard approach to moral agency, in which we have shifted from looking at the internal capacity to external interaction and influences. With this concept, with the ongoing advancement of AI technology, the main research question is artificial intelligence conscious? Hence, can possess moral agency. Our thesis statement is that artificial intelligence is conscious and therefore possesses moral agency. Our paper is anti-Cartesian in nature. Here we challenge Rajakishore Nath's assertion that AI cannot be conscious. Using Daniel Dennett's framework, we counter this assertion. From this, we turn to Michel Foucault's concept of a non-standard approach to agency. Overall, our main argument posits that first, AI is conscious and therefore possesses moral agency.
So our paper is divided into 4 sections. So within these sections, we have discussed the Cartesian basis of Rajakishore Nath's argument, all converging on the central thesis that AI is devoid of subjective experience, which as per him is an integral part of consciousness. Thus, despite its advancement, AI cannot attain consciousness. So moreover, Nath insists that the phenomenality is necessary, or the subjective nature of conscious experience. So, grounded in Cartesian philosophy, he claims that consciousness is not only data processing, but involves a subjective experience which is beyond the reach of AI, and it is an exclusive feature of human beings. So, subsequently, Nath delves into the intrinsic divide between the subjective aspects of consciousness and the computational system of the artificial intelligence. So emphasizing the Cartesian philosophy, Nath claims that our consciousness is independent and whereby it is non-mechanical, setting a clear line between consciousness and the operational system of artificial intelligence. And lastly, Nath challenges the potential of artificial intelligence in attaining consciousness. Grounded in Cartesian philosophy, Nath emphasizes the distinctive feature or the special feature of the mind, which is beyond or more than merely physical. So, given these arguments presented in the first section, this sets stage for our further discussion.
To counter this argument, we use Daniel Dennett's philosophical argument that human consciousness is a product of physical processes in the brain. We use Dennett's framework to argue this assertion. By debunking phenomenality, we use Dennett's multiple draft model, which emphasizes the importance of ongoing processing and interpretation of information in the brain. It is a series of drafts of sensory information that are constantly being updated and revised. This goes to show that conscious experience does not rely on the existence of a separate subjective realm. With this, if phenomenality is not a necessary condition for cognitive experience, it implies that the lack of phenomenality in Gemini AI does not exclude it from having a form of consciousness. Moreover, we refute the dualistic interpretation of consciousness by proposing that consciousness is a result of the complex computational processes happening in the brain. It is not independent and immaterial substance, rather is closely associated with the physical activity in the brain. We argued that consciousness happened from the complex physical processes and not a separate and non-physical entity. With this, if consciousness is seen as emerging from the physical processes, then the complex and distributed computational processes of Gemini AI, by way of analogy, could promote a type of consciousness. And lastly, we argued for the reducibility of consciousness through Dennett's heterophenomenology. Dennett's heterophenomenology is defined as a third-person approach in scientifically looking into an individual's perception, memories, and other mental phenomena. This places an emphasis of the objective examination of subjective reports. Dennett advises approaching it as a data to be examined and analyzed. With this regard, if the mind can be reduced to physical processes which align with the operational dynamics of Gemini AI, thus, Gemini AI manifests a consciousness. Overall, applying Dennett's philosophical framework to AI, it is evident that AI is conscious. Building on this foundation, AI's computational nature gives way to its potential for moral agency. In this, we utilize the Foucauldian non-standard approach to moral agency, wherein external factors are important rather than internal capacities. First, it is evident as AI is embedded in power dynamics. Foucauldian notion of power is not a master-slave relationship. Rather, it is equally given. Highly disregarded the domination and submission, but rather a mutual participation and support. Using Foucault's non-standard approach leads AI in establishing power as equally given, wherein AI is not just as a tool, but rather an entity that could influence humans and vice versa. Moreover, AI could be viewed as an engaged actor in the power relation of social networks, influencing and being influenced by the human activities it interacts with. In this context, power is not centralized in human agent alone, but it is shared with or even transferred to this sophisticated technological system. With this, AI plays an important role in influencing, shaping, and contesting public opinions. And lastly, artificial intelligence that has potential to disobey the commands of humans follows Foucault's claim that the possibility of disobedience or resistance is the condition of the possibility of being subjected to power relation wherein it deviates from its intended program instructions. With this, disobedience is not a negative threat, but a domain of moral agency in which AI is not passive but proactive. Overall, applying Michel Foucault's non-standard approach to moral agency in AI, it is evident that AI possesses moral agency.
So with all of this, we have drawn upon Daniel Dennett's perspective on consciousness, that consciousness is a result of a complex cognitive process. Furthermore, we incorporated Michel Foucault's concept of non-standard approach to moral agency. And by synthesizing these concepts of Daniel Dennett and Michel Foucault, we argue that AI is conscious, hence entitled to moral agency. So our paper makes a significant contribution on the debate regarding artificial intelligence, consciousness, and moral agency. And overall, this synthesis culminates that AI, given its computational abilities and its interaction with its environment, does have possessed a distinct form of consciousness and moral agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apin and Ms. Anos, for that comprehensive discussion. From AI, let's go back to where it all began, epistemology. Another groundwork that seeks for another intellectual dialogue, giving us the comprehensive understanding of the study entitled Development and Validation of Instructional Materials as an Intervention Resource in Teaching Children and Adolescent Literature, to be presented by Ms. Hazel Abila, Ms. Cherilyn May Joy Palaje, and Ms. Gemma Rose Caudal.
Pwede magbutang. Ay, isa pang ano. May dapat sa gitna. Isa pang may. Hello? Hello? Sa baba. Hello? Long press.
Hello. Good afternoon, fellow philosophy enthusiasts. We're down to the sixth and third to the last presenters in this abstract presentation. So, in this amazing platform, the Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference, wherein we demonstrate philosophical ideas in the field. Okay, so during the last presentation, a while ago, we listened to the outstanding and comprehensive abstract of the fellow researchers surrounding the subjects of ethics, philosophy of science, and technology. So in this presentation, we're going to deal or focus on philosophy of education. And we all know that philosophy of education is talking about how we shape or shaping how we understand and approach the practice and purpose of education. So this covers the making of instructional material, not just merely instructional material, but a high quality instructional material to ensure that the students, that the instructional material address the diverse needs of the students. So, I know that one of the words that you can remember in our title a while ago is the word literature. So, participants or attendees, I would like you to put out your phones and participate in this short activity. I just want you to scan the QR code and then answer what word comes to your mind when you hear the term literature. By the way, that is a live cloud, so I can see your answers. Hindi siya ay, hindi po. Nandun po sa...
Okay. So, hindi siya naka-embed dun sa, hindi napipindot po yung ano. Okay, so, here are your answer because that is a live cloud. So, you have answered here, when you hear the word literature, you answered that's an art, a window, an entertainment, books, studies, and if you can see, a word that is bigger than the other words, yun yung mostly answered word about literature, and that is boring. So often we see literature as a boring topic, and I want you to answer that question as if you're a student of today's generation.
As we all know, there has been a widespread discussion, both online and offline, that Filipinos are reading less than before. One contributing factor to this decline is the over-reliance on technology and various social media platforms that affect the attention span of the students. Thus, the teachers must rethink their responsibilities in a technological society to keep up with the ever-changing needs of the students. And with that, education is a challenge for teachers, especially in teaching literature, where students can become overwhelmed with the number of words they have to read, knowing that their attention span is short. And with that, it is coupled with the lack of high-quality instructional materials of teachers.
Okay, so as we identify the existing challenge or problem for teachers in teaching broad topics like literature, we conducted a pre-survey among English teachers aimed to assess the availability of materials and resources in teaching children and adolescent literature. And based on this conducted survey, the result clearly indicated that there is indeed a deficiency or a lack of validated instructional material in this particular subject, thus leading in the reliance to teacher-made or self-made materials. Now, while these self-made or teacher-made materials can be effective to some extent, their quality may be questionable as they lack the rigorous validation process that high-quality materials undergo. This concern is particularly crucial as outlined in the CHED Memorandum Order number 75 series of 2017. And in this same memorandum order, it emphasized that developing innovative curricula, instructional plans, teaching approaches, and resources specifically tailored for diverse learners are the common disciplines to teacher education, thus achieving the fourth Sustainable Development Goals, which is about the ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education. Moreover, Steiner 2018 stressed the significance of providing teachers and their students an effective and high-quality curriculum materials rather, which aligns to the constructivist approach to education, which emphasizes hands-on experiential learning, active student engagement, and the actual use of authentic, validated resources. This can also be supported by the progressive philosophy, which advocates for curriculum materials that are relevant, engaging, and adaptable for students' needs, practicing the student-centered approach where teachers act as a facilitator of learning rather than just a dispenser of knowledge. With this issue at hand, we arrived at a research problem entitled Development and Validation of Instructional Material as an Intervention Resource in Teaching Children and Adolescent Literature. The independent variable in our study is the development and validation of instructional material as an intervention resource, while the dependent variable is the teaching of children and adolescent literature.
So given that title, we have this research output, the developed and validated instructional material in teaching children and adolescent literature. You can see in this slide, that is the cover of our instructional material, and you can also browse our IM by scanning the QR code. You can see there the content of our IM, the modules, and also the activities. So going back to the cover, I am literature. We intentionally named it as I am instructional material and literature teaching children and adolescent literature. And the word literature also means kaagapay and katuwang in teaching that focus subject. So these were our objectives of the study. The first is to develop an instructional material as an intervention resource in teaching literature, specifically children and adolescent literature. And the second one, to have that output, we also need to, we validated rather the instructional material along the following aspects. So we have focused on 5 aspects: the objectives, content, format and language use, presentation, and usefulness. Actually, we have adopted these aspects in the thesis of Torre Franca 2017 with the permission, of course, to utilize and modify the said tool appended in our full research paper. And the validators are 10 validators, regular, part-time English or language teachers, specially teaching children and adolescent literature from Bicol University, Pulangi. We also have Pulangi Community College, Ligao Community College, and Ligao National High School.
So this study both use descriptive and quantitative research design, in which descriptive research design describe the development and validation of instructional material, and the quantitative research design use a 5-point Likert scale to calculate the mean and standard deviation in analyzing the validator's perception towards the instructional material. Next. So this study is also guided by the following theories. Let's have a run through of these 3 theories. We have instructional material theory of Gaines et al., sociocultural theory of teaching, learning, and development of Lev Vygotsky, and cognitive development theory of John Piaget, which resulted to the development and validation of instructional material as an intervention resource in teaching children and adolescent literature. And of course, in order to have a basis for evaluating the instructional material, we use experts' evaluation checklist of the instructional material, or the 5-point Likert checklist that was adapted from the thesis of Torre Franca 2017 with permission to utilize and modify. And the data from the validators were analyzed to determine the effectiveness of the instructional materials along 5 different aspects as mentioned earlier. So to ensure a high-quality teaching resource, the developed instructional material was subjected for validation from 10 English or language teachers, especially teaching children and adolescent literature who have expertise in the field.
Talking about the validation process, it was mainly focused on validating the content of our IM literature instructional model, which is module rather, which is divided into 7 different modules. As you can see there, we have Module 1 for Introduction to Children and Adolescent Literature. Module 2 tackles the difference between children literature and adolescent literature, highlighting its unique characteristics, while the remaining modules tackles the different categories under the children and adolescent literature. This includes picture books, folktales and fables, legends, historical fiction, and realistic fiction. Our developed instructional material were also meticulously structured, including parts such as learning objectives, content preparatory activities that will prepare the learners to the lesson and give them a background knowledge or idea of the lesson. Of course, the vocabulary development, which will further help them to effectively grasp the context of the literature included in the lesson, the discussions of each literary pieces, some interesting trivia, the key summary ideas to reiterate the important concepts about the lesson, the references for further readings. We also included learning activities and 10-item quizzes to assess the knowledge of the learners, and key to correction intended for teachers, as the main objective of our developed material is to aid the teachers. Thus, we intentionally separated the material itself to the activity for the easier usage of teachers. After the validation of the 10 English or language teachers, we obtained a result regarding the effectiveness and the relevance of our material. According to the result or the overall evaluator's response on our module, in terms of the aspect objectives and content, it gained a mean of 4.72, for format and language use 4.80, presentation 4.68, with an overall mean of 4.73, which falls into the interpretation of strongly agree. Now, with this result, it can be concluded that the second objective of our study, which is to validate the instructional material along with different aspects, were highly met by the developed instructional material. For a sneak peek, here is our photo documentation on the validation process of the material.
So knowing all of this, incorporating high-quality instructional material would help educators create a learning environment that would empower students to connect with literature in personal and meaningful manner or meaningful level that would foster lifelong learning and a love for reading.
When incorporating literature into teaching, educators often align their approaches with progressive educational philosophies, which serve as the foundation for them for curriculum planning and the crafting of instructional materials. Now, by integrating this literature within this progressive framework, the educators nurtures lifelong learners that are curious, empathetic, and prepared to navigate the complexities of the 21st century.
And as incorporating validated instructional materials can be a great tool to the success of teaching literature, we should also consider incorporating philosophical foundations when rethinking our responsibilities in this technologically advancing society. Okay, so that concludes our abstract presentation, and have a good day wrestling with philosophical concepts.
Thank you, Ms. Sabala, Ms. Palahe, and Ms. Caudal. Our next presenter will delve into the complex relationship between feminism, misogyny, social media, and society, highlighting how misogyny persists and even benefits from the oversaturation of feminist materials through his study, A Critique of Contemporary Feminism, Social Media, and Digital Misogyny. Let's dive to this philosophical examination to be presented by Mr. Juan Miguel Moreno.
Hello, mic check, mic check. Ayan. So, good afternoon everyone. Kaya pa ba? Kasi kanina ang dami na natutulog. So,
That's normal. So, before this presentation, I was noticing that a lot of you were using your phones, and that's normal, that's all right. So, to make that more productive, I want you guys to go on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever social media you use, and when you do, what you'll see is that at least one or two of them, or depending on what you usually look at online, you will see feminist media or content that resonates feminist values and feminist advocacies. So, for people outside of the academe, or for people who haven't really given this much critical thought, we would think that feminism is slowly achieving its goals. We are slowly moving away from the harmful stereotypes that the patriarchy has set for centuries ago. What's more noteworthy about this is that some scholars even attribute this to the rise of technology. I mean, even Shulamith Firestone in The Dialectic of Sex mentioned her optimism towards the role of technology for the feminist advocacies. But let's move on to this quotation, which is not showing. Ay, gumana. So, while we wait for the quotation to appear on screen, let me just read it. So, this was written by Andrew Dworkin in Pornography, Men Possessing Women. And I quote, there we go. All feminist arguments, however radical in intent or consequence, are with or against assertions or premises implicit in the male system, which is made credible or authentic by the power of men to name. What's more important is that no transcendence of the male system is possible as long as men have the power of naming. So this seems a little bit vague, a little bit abstract, but the relevance of this quote will become clear as we move on with our discussion. So let's now talk about what is misogyny. So I'm going to be taking the ideas of Kate Mann in her book, Down Girl, The Logic of Misogyny. So she argues that misogyny ought to be understood as the system that operates within a patriarchal social order to police and enforce women's subordination and to uphold male dominance. So notice the italicized words, police, enforce, and uphold. Those are very important. So through this definition, one can observe how misogyny may manifest itself in ways that do not necessarily show negative emotions against women, such as anger or hatred. Because usually, when we think about misogynistic acts, we think about actions that are really harmful towards women, actions that are fueled by negative emotions, such as anger or hatred. But from the definition of Kate Mann, this is a system, this is a police system of the patriarchy designed to subsume women, designed to put women in their place. So an example of this is that believing women should tend to care work or domesticity because they are better than this. So this kind of disposition is not necessarily triggered by hatred, this is not triggered by anger towards women, but this is triggered by an innate sense that women should be left in the home while men should go out and work and be creative and whatnot. So what this suggests to us is that patriarchy operates on a really skewed sense of justice. They operate on a skewed sense of social order, believing that men should be above women, men should dominate women, men should own women, men should be superior to women. This is skewed because, as Simone de Beauvoir argues in The Second Sex, there is no biological justification to justify why men should be over women, why men should be superior against women. So, in essence, misogyny is about putting women in their place, making sure that women don't transgress the social norms and orders that the patriarchy has set. So that's the very definition of misogyny. Okay, now let's move on to social media and feminism. So, social media has largely been instrumental in advocating feminism, especially during the 2010s when we saw an upsurge of feminist content creators online. That's why I asked you guys to look over your phones. Maybe not today, maybe not now because you're listening, which I really appreciate, but maybe later when you go home, when you're on your commute, maybe you could scroll through your phones and see that there are more and more women using their voice, using their access to technology to advance feminist advocacies. But what's more interesting is that there is an oversaturation of feminist media online that we are led to believe that we are moving away, just like I've mentioned earlier. Because there's a plethora feminist materials online, we get to the idea that, oh, we're moving away from the patriarchy, we're defeating misogyny. So, a very important factor in my paper is that contemporary feminism valorizes the girl boss archetype. Now, what do we mean by the girl boss archetype? The images of contemporary and mainstream feminism we see online are filled with financially successful women. Now, at this juncture, I want to clarify that being financially successful is not inherently wrong for women. Of course, being financially successful is wanted and desired by anyone, so why would that be inherently wrong? So, again, and for women, being financially successful transgresses, again, the very idea that women should be dependent on men, should be financially dependent on men. But what is not really explicit in girl boss feminism and the girl boss archetype is that this is riddled by capitalist values. And this is unsurprising because when we see the foundations of girl boss feminism, this was coined by Sofia Amoruso, the former CEO and founder of Nasty Gal, a clothing business, if I'm not mistaken. So we see here that the girl boss feminism archetype has its foundations in capitalist ideals. So what does this mean for us? What does the proliferation, the plethora of girl boss feminists online tell us? Well, this tells us that in order to be a feminist, in order to be a modern feminist, we also have to be a capitalist. We also have to know how to play the game of capitalism. We also have to be financially successful so that we don't need men to write for us. So there is a certain ambivalence to this, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to discuss in depth here because of time restrictions. But yeah, that's the implications of it. In order to be a feminist, you also have to be a capitalist. And what's more interesting to this is that I draw from the ideas of contemporary philosopher Byung-Chul Han, especially in his works, The Burnout Society, that the question is this not a manifestation of Han's achievement society? So for a bit of context, Han argues that we have moved away from the traditional Foucauldian sense of disciplinary society, wherein the modal verb is you should not. Instead, we live in a society that encourages to do more, to act more. You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do everything you want. And this is precisely what capitalism wants. Capitalism wants you to keep on moving and moving, doing and doing, producing and producing. For Byung-Chul Han, he calls this auto-exploitation because the exploiter and the exploited become one. And for him, this is more implicit because in auto-exploitation, it feels more liberating for us because we think that we're doing this out of our own volition instead of allo-exploitation, wherein there is a duality between the exploiter and the exploited. Now, this is precisely the framework of girl boss feminism. It encourages women to do more, to do more, to produce more, to produce more, to be an active agent of capitalism, to auto-exploit yourself. So this is dangerous for a number of reasons, which I am going to delve in later on. But what's important at this juncture is that girl boss is no longer a tool of feminism, but rather an instrument of capitalism. It doesn't critique anymore, but rather is an implicit tool to further the capitalist agenda. So let's now move on to patriarchy, capitalism, misogyny, the last part of my talk. And I don't know if I've reached the 12-minute mark already, but well, whatever. Okay, so the most obvious misogynistic tendency of social media is its exclusionary tendencies. Because number one, older people, it deters people from understanding other forms of misogyny that are unrecognized or unexplored. Because victims cannot publicize their stories. Of course, there are a lot of reasons why victims cannot publicize their stories, so we won't get into that. And also, another factor is that for women who do want to share their stories online, they're unable to do so because of they don't have access to the internet, they have low digital literacy. And these two factors should not be taken in isolation because these are shaped by socioeconomic factors such as class and economic status. So the idea here is that why speak up? Why share your stories when you're more invested on working and providing and making sure that you have something to eat? Another thing that is that relates to these exclusionary tendencies is that Scholars note that feminist argumentation in social media is circular, and that those who share it are also those who can hear it. So it doesn't go beyond that circular dialectic. And another thing is racism. A study noted that Muslim women face hostility online. So those are the exclusionary tendencies of social media. Why social media is not really a good avenue of expressing your feminist advocacies, because it excludes a number of demographics of women. Another thing is that further, unorthodox feminist plights and positions are excluded in discussions. So we know this, we know cancel culture, we're on Twitter every day, so we're not new to people being canceled online for unpopular takes. I mean, there's this trend online where yung meme ni disatangled, yung unpopular opinions and things like that, and a lot of people get canceled over that. But what's important is that, and I like to invoke John Stuart Mill here in his work on liberty, in that even though some opinions may be wrong or may be against the traditional norms, these should not be canceled or these should not be stifled. Rather, these should still be encouraged so that we could have a healthier discussion. So that's one, cancel culture. We cancel women for having unorthodox feminist plights. So because of this, because we cancel women, we silence them. We shut them up. And that is another form of misogyny that Kate Mann elaborates in her book, We Silence Women. Hence, there is a standardization of feminist media online. We often just want to see the girl boss. We want to see the girl boss archetype online. We want to see the girl boss feminism and not other forms of feminism, because they're unorthodox and they don't fit our traditional understanding of what feminism should be. But it's important to know that the girl boss feminism is not the only way of representing women. There are a number of ways of representations. So, moving on. So many are led to believe, again, I've been mentioning this, that because of the oversaturation of feminist media, feminism is near the actualization of its goals because we see a perfect and completer feminism. Moving on, what's next? Okay, so the very image, and this is where it gets really interesting, the very image of the girl boss ironically perpetuates unfair gender labor, especially in the global south. So number one, it is unclear whether the proliferation is based on the algorithm of social media sites or the preferences of the users. If it's based on the algorithm of the social media sites, it needs no explanation. Social media sites want traffic. But if it's because of the preferences of the users, this tells us that there is already a deep-seated preference for us to move towards capitalist values. So this ostracizes women from developing or underdeveloped countries. Why? Jean Tan offers a really interesting analysis of this. So when women now go to the workspace because of girl boss feminism and other factors, there is a gap that is left in the household. There is a gap in care work. Nobody does the dishes anymore. Nobody does the laundry anymore. Nobody tends to care for the house, because traditionally women are expected to do that. But when women go to the workplace, there is a gap in who does those chores. Now, Jean Tan argues that to resolve this, women resort to women from underdeveloped and developing countries, from third world countries, say the Philippines. So, for example, in the United States, if a woman were to go to work and no one would take care of her kids, no one would clean the house, they would resort to women from the global south, from the Philippines, for example, for domestic labor. And what this means is that the children of those poor women who are exploited overseas are left behind. In other cases, women who go to other countries, they would talk to their friends, poor women, to take care of their own children. So you see the cycle over there. It keeps on continuing until the poorest of the children of the poorest of the poor have no one left to take care of them. But we don't see this online. We don't see the plights of women at the bottom. We don't see the struggles of women who are struggling with domestic labor, because this is not the feminism we see online. This is not the feminism that is espoused by the girl boss archetype. So, yeah, girl boss is, and I think I've written this down. So, what's important to see here is there is a failure to recognize that there are still women at the bottom. Even if women from the global north are succeeding and being more financially successful in having careers, what about women from the global south? What about them? Okay? So, in this sense, capitalism is misogynistic because it perpetuates and thrives off of the system and values of the patriarchy. Again, we go back to Kate Mann's analysis of what misogyny is. Misogyny places women where they rightfully belong. Misogyny and capitalism does this by placing women from third world countries back to where they belong, to domestic care, to care work in the house. And we don't see men doing this because we don't usually expect men to do this, but we expect women to do this. Why? Again, there is this implicit idea of patriarchy that women ought to do care work in the household. So, an important question to this is that can we truly revolt against the patriarchy? This is the question that I've been working on my thesis as well, but I've mentioned this earlier. The girl boss can originally be understood as a tool for feminism to encourage women to be more independent, to be more transgressive of masculine norms. But what happened is, and this is the dialectic of capitalism, and a lot of critical theorists say this, that capitalism subsumes critiques against it and turns it tools to further its domain of power, to further its hegemony. So, again, we go back to the question of, or to the writings of Andrew Dworkin. No transcendence of the male system is possible as long as men have the power of naming. We cannot go beyond capitalism because of its overarching influence on our lives. So, a question is that I'm gonna end with this question so that you have something to think about, and so that you won't have to ask me later in the open forum. Can a critique ever raise itself above the theoretical level to achieve effective change? Can a critique escape its theoretical roots and actually become an effective change? A change that will radically change society. So, think about it. And that ends my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moreno, for that fresh and interesting discussion. You know what, Denise? I personally like the idea of debunking the mainstream representation of girl boss and bringing on stage some parts of reality that, if not all, most of the feminists right now would not agree on. That the very system that they try to build for women is now turning to mirror the demon that our movement, the feminist movement, abhors, which is misogyny and oppression. And indeed, there's a lot to talk about and lenses to look at on every social issue. We are now finally down to our last presenter for this year's MUPC, utilizing the scope of political philosophy, striving for the pursuit of academic liberty, and widening the horizon of philosophical discourse. Here we have this study entitled Algorithmic Governance Towards Becoming a Condition Sine Qua Non of Human Freedom, a reading of John Danaher that will be presented by Mr. John Michael Kaluwag.
Sound check. Marhay na hapon sa Indogabos. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Before I begin, let me first express my deepest gratitude for having my abstract paper accepted for presentation for your first Mayon Undergraduate Philosophical Conference. I am deeply honored to have this opportunity because, frankly speaking, this is my first conference presentation. By the way, I am John Michael A. Kalubag. I come from St. Paul Seminary Foundation. That's in Silang, Cavite. I am studying in a seminary foundation, but I am not a seminarian, just for your information. All right. All right, so I am now here to present my short abstract presentation entitled Algorithmic Governance Towards Becoming a Condition Sine Qua Non of Human Freedom, a reading of John Danaher. Quite technical terminologies, no? So let me first dissect each variable. So the first variable is algorithmic governance. We are all aware, or if we are not deeply immersed with algorithms. Algorithms are, well, as most commonly understood, are the computer-generated information per se, that which stores, collects data, and then processes them. And then after processing them, converts it into instructions that will be sent back to human agents. Well, if you are not aware with what algorithms are, you just have to look at your mobile phones. Your mobile phones host a plethora of algorithm operations. Well, as I have mentioned, I come from Cavite. I have traveled around 450 kilometers, and I allowed my mobile phone to collect my location data, my GPS data, and then my mobile phone processed it, converted it, and then sent me instructions that this direction is the most convenient way for me to get here in Bicol University. So that's from Google Maps or Waze or Maps.me, that's algorithm. I know most of you love listening to music while doing your paperworks or doing whatsoever. You choose specific genres from your mobile phones. You use your Spotify apps. And by using your Spotify apps, you select specific songs. Your phone collects your listening history and then suggests songs that you may like. That's algorithm operation or manifestation of algorithm. Some of you use nutritional related apps. You store there what you have eaten, how much, and then your phone computes how much calories you have already taken for a specific day. And then your phone processes the data and then converts it into some data processing and then sends you instructions that you should not eat more today because you have exceeded your daily calorie count. That's algorithm. You also use, or you are also fond of using social media applications, Facebook, YouTube. You watch a specific video, and then after watching the specific video, your YouTube account will store the genre-related data in your watching history, and then converts it, and then processes it, sends the instruction to suggest you related videos that you may like. That's algorithm. So that's the how we can concretely see the manifestation of algorithms. So now there is this term coined governance. Some philosophers would call it algorithmic regulation. Some would call it algorithmic governability. Well, for John Dahanner, he adopts the term algorithmic governance. And most especially, he prefers more the term algocracy. Algocracy, if we try to dissect its etymology, algo, it refers to the algorithms. Cracy, government systems, democracy, aristocracy. Democracy, ruled by demos, people, ruled by demos. So algocracy, ruled by algorithms. Algocracy as a governance system in which computer-coded algorithms structure, constrain, incentivize, nudge, manipulate, or encourage different types of human behavior. Well, for John Dahanner, this also has an imposition upon our daily or regular decision-making processes or decision-making abilities in our daily lives. And he would further extend his points in his text entitled Freedom in an Age of Algocracy, published as a chapter title in the Oxford Handbook of Philosophy of Technology by the Oxford University Press in 2022. He would further extend his argument that, well, of course, it may be too generalized to concretely assume that algocracy has the ability to promote and or undermine human freedom. The next variable that I would explain would be the last one, would be the human freedom. John Dahaner dichotomized the notion of freedom into two, of course, dichotomy. The first of the dichotomy is the metaphysical freedom. That refers to the field of ethics asking whether free will exists. What is free will? And then the other aspect of freedom, he refers to the political or social freedom. Here, we may ask, are we really free even if we are part of societies or structures of politics that wherein we are imposed upon by a law that limits our activities, or that to some extent manipulates what we can do and what we cannot do? Those are the questions that belong in this field of freedom. Well, for John Dahaner, talking about algocracy, he would focus on the latter aspect of freedom, the political, because he believes that in metaphysical freedom, the notion of metaphysical freedom has not really been much affected by the development of technology, because it's more too much descriptive, too much essentialist description is given account in this aspect of freedom. So we would further focus on the second aspect of freedom, the political or social freedom. And he also distinguishes the difference between positive freedom and negative freedom, or the other philosophers would name it positive liberty versus negative liberty. For the positive liberty or positive freedom, that refers to the ability of the self to be genuinely authentic with their actions. They can perform every action they would really want to do. While for the negative liberty or negative freedom, it refers to freedom from interference from external factors. We can do what we can do without being interfered by other agents, perhaps. And then the other explanation we can use to understand this negative freedom is perhaps the freedom from domination. We are free to have the ability to do things without being dominated or manipulated by some other external factors. So it's more coming from ourselves. So having briefly discussed the variable of algocracy and then the variable of freedom, we now proceed to John Danaher's explanation on how algocracy or algorithmic governance undermines and promotes freedom. So we go first on how algocracy undermines freedom. Well, John Dahaner also provides 3 dimensions of freedom. The first dimension is the rationality or intelligibility dimension of freedom. Second dimension is the manipulation dimension. Third is the domination dimension. Rationality dimension refers to the ability of the human agents to identify, weigh, or assess decisions. Meaning, it's the ability of human agents to perform decisions coming from their own autonomously. And being autonomous, it refers to that they must satisfy at least 3 criteria. First is that they should have the minimum rationality to do so, to perform the decision. Second is that they should have adequate options to choose from of which decision they can perform. And the last is that they should be independent from doing their chosen decision. So how algocracy undermines freedom in this dimension is that algocracy provides a threat to to our ability to freely perform decision-making abilities. Take for example, concrete example would be the Grab drivers that deliver our goods from point A to point B. They heavily rely on what their map applications on their mobile phones, on which direction and which paths they should take. They, especially when they are not familiar with the place they are into. So the threat that algocracy provides in this kind of dimension is that the Grab drive or the delivery riders, to be more general, not to be specific with the brand, is that it removes the capability or the capability of these delivery riders to have in themselves the decision coming from their autonomy. They are now basing what their decisions are from the app systems they use from their phones. So that's the threat that John Danahner's provides in how algocracy undermines freedom. The second is the manipulation dimension. In this part, I will provide concrete examples so that you may relate more easily. So some of you or maybe you raise your hand if you use the app Duolingo, the language learning app. Okay, I see. You know, in Duolingo, we can see the manipulation dimension. When in Duolingo, it provides incentives when you open the app and when you finish a lesson daily. And when you skip a day, it will provide what's the term? It will punish. No, not punish. It will provide. Delete or defer the hot streak for your daily tasks. And what I mean with this is that in the manipulation dimension, the algorithms is given the capability to incentivize or to manipulate your actions by providing incentives which when you do this certain action or when you do this certain decision, you will be given this reward. So when you buy this specific at least minimum amount in Shopee, you will receive points. So now you will be manipulated to buy more. So that decision is not 100% autonomous coming from you. That was manipulated by the app system by means of their incentive systems. And then lastly is the domination dimension. Well, this is explicit. So if you do not do this specific kind of decision, you will suffer this kind of consequence. When you perform this kind of activity, you will receive these benefits. So you will be dominated by the algorithmic systems. And then how it promotes freedom. There are two case examples that John Danahner's presented. Number one is performing choice filtration of data, and then number two is creating a cognitive slack. So these two are related. When you are in a mall with your special loved ones, and then it's lunchtime, she will ask you, or he will ask you, where do we eat? You are presented with lots of options, and you cannot decide which restaurant to eat from. John Danahner believes that this presentation of overwhelming of choices undermines your freedom to choose. Because when you're overwhelmed with too much choices, you cannot actually choose na. For example, also, you are using YouTube. You have been given a lot of YouTube videos to choose from. And then you scroll endlessly. This one, no, it's too long. No, it's too short. And then you scroll hanggang sa wala ka nang napanood ni isang video. Kasi nga, masyadong maraming choices. So, algorithms now, it filters the choices. And then by filtering such, the algorithms now promote freedom by lessening the burden of being overwhelmed by too much availability of choices. And this goes also related with the second, by creating a cognitive slack. The process of filtering the choices actually promotes freedom because you are offloading the performing of filtering the available choices, and by doing such, you are now given specific choices that that the algorithm believes that you are more inclined to or that you may like. So by that, you are more promoting your freedom. So lastly, let's go back to the condition sine qua non. Because I have stated in my abstract paper that my paper is not just an appraisal of the claims of John Dahanner, but I also want to extend that the algorithmic governance or algocracy is also, I want to extend the argument that algocracy is also becoming as a condition sine qua non of human freedom, or algocracy is becoming an indispensable condition, or that we cannot have human freedom without algocracy. I have presented 2 points here. The first one is our inclination to be more exposed with absolutely with algorithmic systems by computer technologies. And then the second point is that I have traced that even before the digitalization of algorithms, this kind of governing and governability is already inherent within our anthropomorphic traces. Because I can give examples such as that, for instance, the relationship between nutritionists and then athletes. The athletes would provide how much the data regarding they perform and then such and such. And then the nutritionist would process the data and then send them instructions. So I have run out of time. I have been receiving the time's up signal. So that ends my presentation. I hope you have learned something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaluba, for that stimulating discussion, offering insights into the implication of algorithmic governance or algocracy becoming a necessary condition for human freedom and how this influences decision-making in an era of rapid technological development.
Yes, and finally, paparating na tayo sa exciting part. Thank you again, all presenters. Now that we are done with the abstract presentation, we will proceed to the next part of our event, in which we will further extend our discourse by asking questions. This open forum will provide an avenue for philosophical discussion between our abstract presenters and our audiences for today.
I know that the presentation have provoked your intellectual curiosity. So to facilitate our discussion, may we call on our student moderators, Mr. Kidron Errol Magakot and Ms. Ria Monique Cortez.
Yes, let's give them a round of applause.
All right.
Alright, thank you very much, Akiko and Den. So ayan, as we saw the presentations, but before the questioning, ayan guys, let's give a big round of applause, of course, sa ating abstract presenters again for excellently presenting their abstracts. Ayan. So, kumusta naman guys so far the experience? Ayan. Okay, alright.
Okay, isang top naman, okay pa kayo. Okay pa kayo.
Thumbs up. Heart.
Alright.
Alright, so how about you guys? Yung audience natin, nag-enjoy ba kayo? Alright. Okay. So, I hope that you prepared questions para din sa ating presenters because all of their topics are really interesting and nakita talaga natin how these are all connected to the advent of technology. And nakikita natin from those discussions and topics that hindi na talaga natin mahihiwalay ang teknolohiya sa mga buhay natin ngayon, right? Alright, so our first question, magtatanong muna kami ni
Yes,
Kid.
of course, I'd like to present lang our guidelines para to expedite na din yung questioning
Yes.
natin. To call this process. So, the students will be asking questions, one question for each of our presenters. No? So, kapag natanong na yung ating presenters ng isang question, unfortunately, we cannot no longer cater another questions for them. But a follow-up question will do naman. Also, if you're going to ask some questions, make sure that the question is direct. No? Because kanina in our plenaries talk and open forum, there were sound that hindi na tayo nag-ask ng question. Instead, we started our manifestation. But also, that is good pa naman because, syempre, it is a dialogue pa rin naman. But right now, since I think we only have limited time, let's do that na lang, no? So, alright. I have one question actually for all of them. A very general question for all of them. So, hindi naman ito nakakaba because sabi ko nga, general naman to. And nakikita nyo naman yung theme, right? So my question would only revolve on our theme. So given your abstracts, you presented it so well. In 20 minutes, ang dami naming nahinuha, of course.
Yeah, I
Ang dami
agree.
naming namuong insights sa amin and questions, of course. Right now, at this juncture, gusto naming malaman, no? Because ang theme natin is rethinking responsibilities in the technological society. So, parang yung tanong ko talaga is basically, what now? Diba? You have your abstracts, you have your studies, then with our given theme, what now? Ano yung magiging contribution nun sa ating theme? So, ayun. Yun yung pinaka-question ko lang naman. And I think clear naman yun sa lahat, yung question ko. Siguro magsimula tayo sa ating first abstract presenter. Sino yung first abstract presenter natin? Alright. So, the audience ba got the question? Okay naman ba? Alright. So, this question will be limited into 1 minute lang. So, para makapag-ask pa rin tayo ng question from our students. Alright. So, answering first is Mr. Jovito, our first abstract presenter.
Okay, so with the question, what now would be the contribution of my paper in the realm of ethics and philosophy of technology? So, primarily, this will contribute to the field of neo-scholasticism with Wojtyla involved and with post-phenomenology, the ethics, the philosophy of technology. So, in this sense, this abstract will contribute in a way of broadening our perspectives of the I-other relationship with technology. So, as both thinking and acting beings, we consider technologies as the same by attribution. So, by virtue of personalism we're in order to experience the fullness of personhood, we must share our humanity with others, and that others would be technology. So, by that way, we will have a contributory effort by sharing our humanity with technology that deserves the respect we have, that deserves the companionship we have, although being attributed as conscious-like, but they too deserve the respect. So that's the contribution of my book.
Alright, thank you very much, Jovito. So yun nga, parang yung perspective of co-determination ay na-apply natin on how we would see if like technology and the human persons can actually collaborate as we are experiencing now. So alright, so how about you guys? Do you have questions for our first presenter? Anyone, guys, has questions? All right. Ayan, may isa tayo guys questions from Arnel. So, fire away.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, presenter. Thank you again for those presentations. So this question will be for the ADOS project. So ADOS project, yeah. So honestly, I'm interested sa project nyo po, and I'd like to ask lang po, can you enlighten us exactly how ADOS extracts inconsistencies on prompts? So, in terms of percentage, how accurate will the results be? So again, can you enlighten us how exactly ADOS extracts inconsistencies on prompts? And in terms of percentage, how accurate will the results be? So, thank you so much.
Okay, he was asking if how ADOS identifies inconsistencies and beliefs. And his demand for an accurate number, percentage, but sad to say, the paper did not conduct an empirical study or empirical analysis on the success rate of identifying ADOS, identifying inconsistencies other. But answering his first question on the mechanism of belief inconsistency detection, as I said a while ago, it tries to identify 3 kinds of inconsistencies: logical fallacy, contradiction, and unsupported claim. Let's go with contradiction. So underneath behind the scenes, ADOS separates all the input messages and then tries to compare them if some of them contradicts each other. For example, sa una, sinabi ko na I believe that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But later on, I said, moral absolute definition of beauty exists. So that's an internal contradiction between my statements. In terms of logical fallacy, right now, ADOS is limited by analyzing the examples that I provide. For example, in the code, I provide an example for the fallacy for appealing for emotion. So if it detects that the user or the student is trying to convince ADOS to believe his belief because he will be hurt, then he will point out such fallacy from the examples given. Of course, it's not exhaustive way to teach the ADOS to detect logical fallacies, since there are too many fallacies. And lastly, for the unsupported claims, tries to go back again to the previous statements and dissects it into its component and tries to determine if one of the belief statements has if the user did not provide a corresponding reason for the statement. Okay? Did I answer? Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think the gentleman is satisfied with the answer, no? And I like how my question and how he answered and how actually his study goes literal with my question, because yung tanong ko diba is what now, and yung study niya is a study on something that is yung existing, diba? It is an app, or it is an app that it is intersected kung paano makipag Socratic dialogue ang mga tao, right? So I really like the study.
Yes.
And
parang
I think
it's more, I just like to point this out. Parang it's more on the concrete side of providing solution to the problem, kumbaga, on the Socratic, like the difficulty on Socratic dialogues, ayan. And just a brief follow-up lang question. Are you interested or are you planning to like develop this to have better user experience or user interface, halimbawa itong app na to? Because I think it has good potential.
So ADOS right now, it's still in its, let's say, level 1 form. There are too many changes that we can still employ or adapt for it to be more improved, as I mentioned out earlier. But to answer your question, yes. But in moving forward, I'd like to take this opportunity because ADOS is developed only from my perspective as a programmer, as a computer science student. It would be beneficial to merge your knowledge as a students to consider the philosophical dimensions, the subjective dimensions of ADOS so that we can improve together, not just there's science students like me and my friend over there, to be so that the app holistically better.
I think, thank you for that. Ayan, nakikita talaga natin that there is a need for collaboration talaga so that we would really provide better solutions to the problem, especially in technology.
Indeed, towards a very technological and siguro ethical society, an intersection of the technology and philosophy, and I really just love it. All right, so I think that sums up our question for our gentlemen on the abstract presenter number 2, right? All right, so proceed na tayo sa ating abstract presenter number 3. So same question lang din naman. All right.
Thank you for that very wonderful question. Yeah. No, in the all abstract presented, they have tackled about AI, no, the understanding of technology, the application of technology. Now we go back to what is the root of all this discussion. With the theme, rethinking responsibilities in a technological society. Who is the one are we going to rethink this responsibility through to the human person? As I mentioned earlier, we wanted to provide an idea of the human person that is not just an erudite academic concept, but a what we call this, a practical theory that could be used towards a social project. And that is why, as I have mentioned, there are 7 points of which we can determine, or as a new perspective in viewing the person, those 7 points of which I have mentioned. And all these things, this technology, the use of these things is always rooted to the human person using them. Maybe in 100 years, maybe we could develop an AI or a machine that feel, but it's still a long process. And that is why I have mentioned that we can reevaluate these values, no? How can it be applied in our present millennia, and how can it is existing? Are they hello? Sorry. Sorry for the technical errors. So, going back, as I mentioned earlier, we need to go back by putting one person at the center of our philosophical, no? Maybe this is multifaceted. It does not just bring towards the technology. It values ethics, politics, geopolitical ideologies. No? By placing the human person at the center of our reflection, we are able to reevaluate the existing values, especially, for example, with the use of AI, with interrelationships. And this would provide us an enhanced view of the human person that is not just a what, but who a person is, which is applicable and relatable to each and every one of you, because each and every one of you is a human person, capable of cognition, interiority, subjectivity. That's all. Thank you.
Alright, thank you for that answer, Ryan. So it emphasizes, minsan, di ba, kapag we're in this like society, technological society, minsan, may mga instances tayo na nakakalimutan din natin na our very essence, di ba, as human persons. So there really is a need to rethink, not just our responsibility in a technological society, but to rethink ourselves, di ba? Ayan. So,
all right. I guess there is a question from our participants. All right.
Hello, Lovely and Christian. I have a question sa inyo. Ay, di pa pwede?
Yeah, you can go on.
I can go on. May question dito sa moral agency because naabutan ko is about that. I'm sorry. May nangyari kasi sa jeep. Anyway, ang nabasa ko while reading your abstract and while listening to you is that you said that there is a moral agency because there is a consciousness in AI, correct? Now, my question, not necessarily correct, pero my point is, why is it exactly like that when not all conscious beings are moral agents? I mean, dogs are conscious but they're not moral agents. They cannot be morally liable. Kids are conscious but they cannot technically be morally liable. Why then can AI have moral agency simply because they are conscious? Yun lang po. Masasagot niya.
And actually, thank you so much, Kenneth, for that very good question. Honestly, we just mentioned all about the three parameters considering that AI possesses moral agency. First is the power dynamics. Second is contest public opinions. And third is disobedience. This actually grounded dun sa philosophy ni Foucault, which is therefore in the relation to these three parameters, first I will discuss what is the power dynamics. Power dynamics, it includes what is not to be a master-slave relationship. Rather, it is equally given. Pangalawa, yung contest public opinion, it actually revolves on the influence, not just the AI, but it actually the human, but the human vice versa. So right yung disobedience. So artificial intelligence possesses, if there is a power in artificial intelligence, there's a possibility of having disobedience. So I think my partner had in addition to that question you are raising with.
So, why does AI possess consciousness thus entitled to moral agency? First of all, because our operational definition of consciousness is a computational. So when we say computational, it is an information processing wherein it receives, stores, and processes information. So by this capability of an AI to process this, nagbibigay ito ng ability for decision making wherein it influence and impact its environment. So dito napapasok yung kay Foucault philosophy as a non-standard approach to agency. So yung three criteria is nasabi na ng aking partner, and yun lamang po. Thank you.
Wait lang, may dagdag din ako. Actually, di ba, from yung sa internal capacities, like for example, the free will, understanding, and intentionality. From that, we divert it, from that internal capacities, we divert it from external capacities, which is from power dynamics, contest public opinions, and disobedience. So, do you have, nasagot ko ba yung questions?
In a way, sa power dynamics ni Foucault, correct? It means dogs and children can also be moral agents if meron sila nung factors na yon. That's what I'm understanding. Kasi like, it's possible for AI to have moral agency because of these external influences rather than internal ones, correct? So, in a way, even the children and the dogs can be in that lens. Yun lang naman. Most likely, ganun ba? Kasi computational din naman yung mga children, even if ganito, like that. That's what I understand from what you're saying. Na it's possible na parang na-explain ko ba ng maayos yung ano ko?
Right. As I said earlier, proceed tayo sa question. So I think the question was directed na para bang kung ang halimbawa ang AI, since you parang sinabi nyo yung AI is conscious, right? And children's as well. And dogs, sabi nga, conscious. But, yun nga, sinasabi nila, yung tanong lang naman ni Kenneth is, are they morally, are they morally, parang, ano yun? Moral agency, ayun.
So given that yung children ay human, so meron silang moral agency. However, considering the fact na yung dog is an animal, does not have a master-slave relationship between a human, so therefore, it cannot have a moral agency.
All right, so our gentleman put his thumbs up, so I think the question is answered now already. All right, so let's proceed to our next question. I hope it's directed to our, yeah.
Okay, same person, okay? So, the question, my 1-2 question is yes or no, please answer it. And meron akong question na I need your analysis. Kasi contradictory eh. One, is AI conscious? You answer yes.
Yes.
Okay. Second, then therefore you are claiming that they are a moral agent. Yes.
Yes,
So
because of
ngayon,
its influence and interaction to its environment, given Foucauldian context po.
so we can file a case against them. They are moral agent. So we can file a case against them because they are moral agents.
So yun yung magiging implication ng paper namin na if we prove that AI is conscious and moral agent, therefore ito yung mag-unlock na philosophical question ng paper. Ito yung na-unlock na philosophical question ng paper namin na if an AI can be liable to its
Okay, yeah. That's the logic, eh, no? So, going back sa question ni Sir, no, kanina, kasi kailangan muna nating maklear whether or not AI are conscious. Now, did you know, did you already visit J.L. Mackie in terms of morality? J.L. Mackie. Okay, J.L. Mackie claimed there is no objective values. No, and one of the claim today is morality is only with the mind. AI doesn't have that. Okay, they can't assert, they can claim. All what they can exert is all this implanted in the algorithm or in the database. Okay, so that it's too hard for me to understand the justification, but yeah, my question is, in how you can justify that AI is conscious? I'm talking the reliability and the validity of your sources.
So our validity of our sources, so we uses Daniel Dennett's framework of consciousness, and for moral agency, we uses Michel Foucault's philosophy as a non-standard approach to agency. So there are two types of approach to agency. First is the standard approach to agency, and second is the non-standard approach to agency. When we say standard approach to agency, it is anthropocentric, meaning it centers on human internal capacities, on what you are previously saying, free will, intentionality, and understanding. However, in our paper, we use a non-standard approach to agency, in which we externalize these conditions on review on how AI interact and influence within its environment. Therefore, if AI actively participating and interact on its environment, it logically follows that it ought to be considered as a moral agent in Foucauldian context.
Okay, sorry, last question please. Now, Foucault, okay, there's a lot of philosophers ask, but we are talking about the current philosophical debate. Now, as philosophers, as young philosophers, no, ang tanong kaya natin ngunyan, as philosophy majors, and everyone will agree, no, paano tayo magtataya, okay, in these contemporary problems in technology? Now, using those various philosophers in the past, why we not rely on the expertise? There is a cognitive science, there is neuroscience. Why hindi tayo makakuha ng mga reliable data from them to justify this problem you are trying to point out, no, na you will stand to that? Bakit instead of getting those literature, arte, literature, na bakit hindi na lang tayo pumunta sa mga expertise? Again, we are killing expertise in today's time. We need to rely on them. Expertise. Again, expertise. Is stop exposing those philosophers. Why? Tano ta tigpupush nyo si ito mga philosophers na to in this contemporary problem?
We choose these philosophers because I believe it's relevant, because as you can see in our paper is from we critique Raja Kishore Nath's Cartesian perspective. In this, we chose Dennett view of consciousness because it offers a counterbalance that enrich our explorations on consciousness. So we chose naman Foucault because it deviates from the traditional view of moral agency. As I previously stated that Foucault's non-standard approach to agency deviate from the standard, which is the standard form of agency that looks on the internal capacity rather than the external influence of an entity.
Everyone, I'm sorry. I hope we can reflect. Philosophical paper is both philosophy and academic. So that's all. Thank you.
All right. So thank you for that dialogue. No, it is a fruitful one. So I think we cannot exhaust our our manifestations on that, and we can proceed to our next questions. Yep. Yeah. All right. To other abstract presenters as well.
My question is for presenter number 3. So to clarify, you've mentioned the paper you presented was about consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, may I know if there are updated references as to the consciousness of a person?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any updated references when it comes to the consciousness of a person?
Updated resources for the consciousness of the human person.
I mean, take for example, neurophilosophy, because, for example, neurophilosophy already proven that consciousness is only part of the entire autonomic nervous system. So, it does not necessarily mean that consciousness encompasses everything or consciousness captured everything that should be captured in the entirety of the human person. So you may want to consider it as well in your paper.
Okay.
Would it be okay?
Yeah.
And second question is, when it comes to the self-actualization, what is the limitation of your concept of self-actualization? For example, people who are not in full capacity, people who have mental illness, or to be specific, schizophrenic people, are those part of the limitations of the concept of self-actualization that you are mentioning?
Let's go first to your first question. Your first question is to the idea of consciousness. If you would permit me, my definition of consciousness in my study is the state of awareness of one's external and internal existence, knowledge, introspection, and phenomenological experience, intentionality, with the congruence of will and intellect. So that's the definition of consciousness that was utilized in my study. And again, if you would consider also the tripartite composition of the human person, we have been looking at the person on the level of dualistic functionality, no, will and intellect. The matter in form, the soul in the body, that is merely functioning. No, parang ang tao is just like a robot. But in the phenomenological personalism, the understanding of the human person provides now a tripartite view of the human person. As I've mentioned earlier, materia somatic, psychological, and spiritual. So to answer your question doon sa una, it goes hand in hand with the psychological aspect, the consciousness. Okay, so for your second question, we are now going also to understand these persons who are not able for cognition, no? Yung may mga mental illness, yung mga mental those who are mental disability, no? They have some moral they have areas in themselves which they are human persons, but not the totality, no? I'm sorry. Yung human person, may mga, view the human person with the capacity of self-introspection, which wala silang, wala sila nun. The second is, they are not able to do so with the self-actualization kasi nga, kulang sila nun. So, being a person does not only mean being an individual by yourself alone. The fullness of the human person is seen externally, no, in a collective manner, no, in collectivity. So meaning, doon papasok yung moral obligation natin to support these people who have these mental illnesses. Kaya nga, this leads us to the phenomenological attitude to first suspend our judgment. Minsan kasi, ginajudge natin sila kasi, ano yan may problema yan sa ulo. May ano yan. So it diminishes. We first go back to the first idea of the inherent dignity of the human person. No? That is intrinsic. Inherent dignity of the human person. Kahit pa may mental illness yan, it has an inherent dignity of the human person. Kaya nga, we, especially in our point of view, killing is wrong, inherently wrong. But now, because of these difficulties, no, these absences, these lacking things doon sa human person, no, we go now to the other values, these 7 points, a value-centered individual being, and therefore, this is also the mission in number 7, an agent for social transformation. Our mission now is to help these people who has this mental disability. And as I mentioned earlier, in the phenomenological attitude is first to suspend your judgment, to see the person as in his totality. Titingnan mo, tao yun. No? You first look at that as a human person and the totality, and now using eidetic method towards the specification nung appreciation ng totality ng taong yun.
So to clarify, for the first question, the consciousness that you are referring to is the phenomenological one.
Yes.
And for the second question, the self-actualization only applies to those who are in full capacity?
I'm sorry, pardon?
The self-actualization concept only applies to the persons who are in full capacity?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I like the exchange of dialogues na naman. So we're now focusing on the frameworks that we're using. Una doon sa ating presenters, our 5th presenter, right? The question asked was the same. Nakafocus talaga sa framework, and same goes with our 3rd presenter. Yun, sa framework din talaga sila na-focus. So the question is actually the parang updatedness ng ginagamit na framework, since I think since we are now rethinking our responsibilities yung in the technological society, I think tama rin naman sila, our questioners, na dapat yung frameworks at least are updated. No? But that's on my manifestation naman. And I think to a more structured question and answers, no, I think we can proceed to our presenter number 4, 6, and 8. No? So those who will have questions for presenter 4, 6, 7, 8, you may ask now your questions po. All right?
Good afternoon. This question is for the development and validation of instructional materials. Okay. Simple lang naman po. Okay. First, I want to know how unique are the materials you had generated than those who are mass-produced.
Our study is just focused on the development and validation, and we're still up to the utilization of the instructional material. So we're not yet on the mass production of the IM because we're still on that, looking forward to that phase.
Yes. Then, does this imply that the materials produced by the DepEd are still not enough?
Ano po ulit?
And Does that imply that the materials produced by and approved by DepEd are not enough?
The last word po. Or,
Um, the, does that imply that the materials produced by and approved by DepEd are not enough?
So,
okay, so answering that question, during the pandemic, we had modular learning. And I know all of us, nakita natin yung circulating error with the DepEd module. So, with the modules or the teacher-made modules distributed to the students, yes, they are enough, but we can still spot error. So that is why in our research study or in our presented abstract, we would like to produce a more validated, because anything, a material can be an instructional material, but the sense is a quality. Also answering the SDG 4 to ensure an inclusive and quality education. So with that, we, instructional materials really needed to undergo a process before to distribute to the students. Did I answer the question po?
hello, alright. So, okay. Alright. Hello. Alright, so I think there is a follow-up question from one of our audience or participants. Alright.
So, hello, good afternoon everyone. So, hinga muna malalim kasi makamatens na kayo. So, this question would be directed to the fourth presenter, which the paper is entitled, AI as a co-author of academic papers, an inquiry to its ethical merit. So, once again, good afternoon. First of all, I just wanted to commend for a great presentation of the paper and the well-written paper, especially the abstract. So, that's to start with. So my question goes like this. Hopefully, I'm still audible. Ayan. So for my question, given the fact that you have given or claimed already that that it is ethical or co-authorship is ethical, then the question goes like this. If we're going to integrate your paper to the concept of justice and accountability, can AI be accountable if they have wrongfully stated a particular information or if they have committed plagiarism? So for example, if I use AI, for example, for my academic papers, am I liable, or the school should punish me for committing plagiarism if the AI was the tool for us to expound that idea? And given the fact that you have mentioned, or even you have claimed to the paper that co-authorship of AI is ethical, then this means that they should be the one to be accountable for the wrongdoing and not us. But the fact that we are the ones that we are inputting the information and just that the AI is the one expounding that